Hello and welcome to some Factorio. I just need to check that it's coming through properly because I am streaming from my new flat down south. Let's just see. This will probably come through. Is there any noise? Is there... Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, so we're all working. Cool. Awesome. Wasn't entirely sure. I took everything up. I've forgotten how to do it. I've forgotten how to stream. Let me hide that screen there. And then we can crack on. The plan today, I'm not doing any of my usual series. Oh, hello. By the way, hello. My name is Trismegistus. And I am going to be streaming some Factorio. I've done a lot of streaming of Factorio over the last couple of years or so. Let's see if I can get that little preview in there. Brilliant. Awesome. Yeah, done a lot of streaming of Factorio the last couple of years. Done a lot of series. Streamed all sorts of games. Dyson Sphere program, Satisfactory. But I thought I'd crack on with a bit of basic vanilla, unchanged Factorio. I know it came out on Switch recently. Now, I did... Let's get it going. I did identify... Something weird happens with the audio. If I click away, it goes really loud, the game audio. I don't know why. Seems to be a game thing rather than you know, setup thing. So, hopefully that's right. I don't know, it's not, it's literally, I'm going to literally play absolutely default settings. So we've got cliffs on, which is probably going to annoy me a bit. And, you know, default biter settings and the whole thing. Whether I'll use my, sorry it's a bit loud for me, hopefully not too much for anyone watching. You know, whether, you know, I'm not exactly intending to play this to completion. Just let me do the crash animation. If I look distracted occasionally, it's because it's still, well, it's been what we call Bonfire Night in the UK, which is where we celebrate Guido Fawkes, getting caught and hung, drawn and quartered, because that's lovely, obviously, and failing to blow up Parliament. But people set off fireworks for weeks before and afterwards. And there's a lot of houses around here, so there could be some explosions and that'll distract me. But yeah, anyway, let's crack on. So we should have our iron and all that sort of stuff over here. I think I'll use my sort of blueprints. Yeah, let's use them certainly in the very beginning, because I quite like the... So if I take a copy of that, pop that there, and then do that. There we go. Yeah, so I say, I've literally, for anyone new watching this, I've literally thousands of hours in the game. 3,000. I just capped over 3,000. And I have been doing a series where I've been building this blueprint library, which is a default set of blueprints for me. What I've forgotten to do is put my strap on for my carpal tunnel. So let me just put that on. Apologies for the Velcro noises. It was a bit of a rush, actually. I managed to... I always used to do this as well, where set the schedule, hours to go, and then suddenly it's upon me, and I'm rushing to set it all up. It really takes a while, because it's freshly cleaned. It takes a while for it to sort of bend to the shape of my arm. So I have carpal tunnel. It's a little painful playing sometimes, so if I strap up, it seems to restrict the tendons and reduce the pain a little bit. There we go, right. I'll get into the swing of this in a minute. Yes, so let's certainly use my initial blueprints. This was a copy, wasn't it? Yes. So, in fact, let's double check that. I don't want to be editing my proper blueprints. That's the original there. This is a copy. Right. So we can take out which ones we want. We want the burner base. So let's pop that there. That has the stone stuff in it, doesn't it? Yeah, so actually, I might just pop that on the bottom there. Okay. Right, let's look for the stone template. Pop that like that. But I also need that one there. So let's just pop that. Which one is which there? I think that's that one, isn't it? Because I can always turn it around later. So that'll get me some stone. Do I want stone first? Let's go and punch a few trees. Oh no, it's quite quiet for me. I've been trying to use the default audio more. They've been fiddling about with it. There's also some changes. Oh well, the graphics. Some of the graphics don't look like I remember them. I haven't actually played particularly since. I haven't played anything really since I moved, which was now well about over 2 months ago. Right, so we've got a few trees. So let's just pop a little bit of thing in there. We'll also make a little box or two. Pop that on there. And then, I guess we want iron, don't we really? But let's turn our alt mode on. So we need, in fact, I'll just hand mine a little bit as well. Get us enough for another furnace. Like that. I think I'll pick that up actually. I always get this wrong at the beginning. I sort of always forget. I say thousands of hours, but you don't spend that long in this phase of the game. In fact, can I build it? I can. So let's just put that direct in. So it always makes me feel like a little bit of an amateur, actually. Right, I should actually use my template. Where's it going to be best to do it? In fact, let's have a think where we're going to build stuff. So, we've got quite a few trees around the coal. That's quite useful. And then we've got these two lakes here. Or what I assume is just a big old sea down the bottom. So, where would I think about putting my power? Probably here, wouldn't it? Is that a... I'm not sure if that's a cliff or just... That must be cliff rather than terrain. So, if we put the power... I'm just trying to think, because we've got the coal there. So it'd be nice to bring the coal line that way. And then we can have our first base here somewhere. I don't know if it'll fit in there, but approximately speaking. Which means ideally we want the power sort of going north. But then you've got the cliff. So it'll fit in that gap. So we want the power really here, I think. Using this bit of water and then going up. Okay. In that case, how many bits of line have we got now? Alright, out of fuel already. In which case, we want to work along horizontally, I think. So what we want to do is set... In fact, let's do it from here. This down. And we want 3 of these. If I put it... Will it fit there? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it'll fit there. In fact, we'll put it a little bit further down. So it should go there. There. And then we want one of these. Here as well. Okay. So how much iron have we got now? 24, so that should get us a couple of bits and pieces. And we can put this back, basically. So if we put that in... I always tend to... That's the sort of mistake I always make, is like going straight for the stone. Or I should just hand mine a bit of stone to start us off, I think. So I can pick this up anyway. And put it here. Did I make another one of them? I did. Oops. Helps if you put it in the right place, of course. And put that in there. Put that across there. See how much stone we've got. 99 plates, that's good. I think I'll do a bit of hand mining still as well. Yeah, so with default biters on, we'll get visits fairly quickly with this setup because it's really, really polluting. This is a lot of burning technology, basically. So I want some more of that in. Now, let's see if we can get some coal on the go as well. So we've got 10 left, so we can do one more. If we can, please. Yeah, there we go. Let's get some iron. That's a coal going. So this should be in here as well. Burn a stone. Or does it... Is it in my... I think it... Oh, no, there we go. So... I think if we put this sort of maybe here, and then I can build it that way. No. Let's put it there so I can build it upwards. There we go. So I want to put these in. In fact, let's seed it with coal rather than... Like that. So this will basically mine away and dump its stuff into the inventory of this one. And that will cause that to... Well, not inventory, the fuel reserve. These fill up, basically. So a lot of machines will only put in... like the I always forget to do this as well. Because you get a bunch of free stuff. From the crash. I forgot to grab it. As I always do. Right, so let's just put one little bit of wood in there. See how much we got there. Right there. Some stone. 12 of those, okay. So let's see how much coal we've... Excuse me. Apologies for that. Right. Yes, so 20 coal. Okay. So we'll just be ferrying this back and forth for a little while now. Put them in. And this needed some, didn't it, as well? Yeah. There. Let's get our first copper on the go. I put quite a lot of coal in there, didn't I? Oh, so we've got copper yet? I don't think so. Let's punch a few more trees while it makes us a little bit of stuff. And coal gets mined up. Yeah, so, I mean, for anyone coming back, it's been interesting watching the statistics on my YouTube channel. I archive these streams on the YouTubes, on my YouTube channel, Trismegistus, which, well, that's alias to Triggles, I think. Can I build? Oh, I didn't grab any stone. Let's get that coal. Clearly people are very interested in blueprints. It's I don't know whether that's like new players. I always sort of recommend not actually using blueprints if you're a new player. A brand new player. You know, if you've played the game through and you've launched a rocket and stuff, then go for it. But I know you can go for it anyway. You don't have to. I'm not your dad. Did I grab the stone or not? Yes, I did. But yeah, so, you know, I tend to recommend, because more from a point of view of you might find that to be the most fun thing to do in the game. So you don't want to rob yourself of that fun. If you find it tedious, you know, go and seek out blueprints. Don't hold back. But so I think a lot of players enjoy that particular aspect of the game. So it's worth at least trying it, and I think you learn a bit more doing it yourself. But clearly a lot of interest in blueprints, because the series where I'm building this blueprint library that I'm doing is has been getting lots of hits. But I think what happens, and it's always been the case with all my streams really, is people see it's a live stream, you know, they click on it, they see it's a live stream, and then they click away, because obviously not interested in watching a 3-hour live stream mostly. I mean, clearly some people do, and you know, that's great. But as I say, I think a lot of people are just looking for a video like Neil House does, where he's just putting his blueprints out there and, you know, showing what they are and all that sort of stuff, which is great. But as I say, it's been quite interesting watching the stats, because this game launched on on Switch. How can we do? So I can build 2 of them, one of them. Can we build any pipes? Yes, we can. Let's build one of them. Let's build a bunch of electrics. Let's get some more boxes. punch a few... Oh. Punch a few trees on the way up. I think. And set this up. So I use the blueprints to try and work out where we're going to put everything. I'll fill in the power bits, but I won't put the coal in it, so it'll be inactive. But it's good to plan this blueprint out because it's a bit of a pain if I get it in the wrong place. Oh, well, not wrong place. If I don't put it somewhere I can't really fit it. Oh, right, these are rocks. Okay. So it's not a cliff. Okay. It's difficult to distinguish them on the map. So, in that case, the new plan is that we'll put the starter base, the Kickstarter base, here. The burner base, rather, not the Kickstarter base. I think. And we'll have the power go this way. What are these? They're rocks as well. Okay. Okay. It does colour them in the same, doesn't it? That's why I'm getting confused. Yeah, okay. So can we fit a full array of... If we look in here... Just to use an approximation. So if this was, say, I'm not actually going to put it here, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it fits in with not too much need to clear trees out of the way. Okay. Okay. Now, if we use the starter... Where is it? So it's that one, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. So, is that going to be the right way around? Because that, can I flip that? Yeah. So we need to know where it'll let us put a pipe, a pump pipe. So if that was, say, yeah, let's just put it there temporarily. So if this went here, no, it needs to be that way round then, doesn't it? So this is the full base. That way round. So it goes there. So then, size-wise it would be there, and our second one goes there. I think that works, yeah. So what we need to establish now is where we can actually get pumps. So let me put one there, but not there. Okay. Because we're eventually we'll end up double-siding it. So we want to put it. So if the belt was there, in fact, let's just test it out. Whoops, wrong button. No. So if it was this, I flipped it over, didn't I? So if this was the other side, the pump would need to be there. That'd be a bit of a pain. So, if we were to say one pump was there, why don't I just move it up a bit? So if we have one pump there, take that out. Because there was room at the top, so I can do that. So that one there. Wait, that's that around like that. So that could go in there, that'd be okay. So, put that in temporarily. That's the belt. So it doesn't quite fit, but it's not far off. And we can just do a kink. We always like a kink. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my blueprints again. So, where's my power starter? There's my power starter. Twisted power starter. So if I put that, let's flip it around. So if that was there, then the boxes would need to go there. So we'll just put a little kink in. So yeah, so I'll do that. That. Oh. We're out of paper. Okay, let's put these in. there. And then we want to get this. And we want to turn that around. And everything will have run out of coal because I didn't put much in it, did I? Should have done that before. So, so do I want that there? That's wrong, isn't it? Because that would be... Well, let's see. So, if I eventually become that... Because that's the red there. Oh wait, did I flip that blueprint as well? Huh? I think I must have... Oh no, I've got it sideways, haven't I? That's right. That's what's wrong. I've got it sideways somehow. So... It wants to be... Am I going to have to flip it that way? Why is this not working? Because that should be the top. No. Why is that not aligned properly? Because that's supposed to be that, isn't it? There we go, so it's like that. Yeah, that's okay. Why was I having so much trouble with that before? Yeah, that's fine. Right, okay, so let's fill it in. I say it's been a... Oh, idiot. They both need to go there. That goes there. Oh, I didn't make any of them, did I? That goes there. Okay. So it's all in place. Okay. So we'll have run out of out of coal completely. Coal is fuel. Oops. My streaming muscles have gone very, very rusty. Let's get rid of these. You get coal out of the bigger ones. You can see what the expected resources are. It's the only bit of RNG in the game, as I understand it. That 3737 is RNG. Random numbered. Well, I'm sure fighters and stuff have RNG in them, but... Right, so let's top everything back up. Guess it will all have run out. But yeah, so it was fascinating watching the numbers on the series, because I mean I'm nobody, and I say it's clearly just people finding it via search, which has been, as I say, fascinating. But it tends to suggest that maybe I should do these as videos and actually, you know, make my blueprints available. So what do I need to build? I need to build a laboratory and 10 of them. And I also need a... Where is it? One of them. Oh. Are we lacking copper? No. Lacking iron. Okay. Why didn't you say so? Now we haven't built an armour, so we're going to be expecting biters relatively soon. So let's get one of them as well. Let's get some coal. And pop that in the box. Fire the power up. Start research. So yeah, I'm a bit rusty on the game itself. I did sort of start a series. Not series. Start playing. Like kind of randomly. Just to sort of test out the how I've set everything up. I'm still living out of boxes basically. I've still got a lot of stuff that I've not unpacked. I also had to get... It was quite a pain to move actually. It was a long way. Basically, I need to abandon my stubbornness about not using like moving companies. I mean, I think they cost a fortune, which is why I don't I try not to use them, but it was such hard work. It took so long. I was so exhausted a lot of the weekends, and it was like a month of just every weekend driving up there like twice type of thing. Just horrendous, really. I'm getting too old for that sort of stuff. So I could build the... No, I couldn't. What I could do is go and get some coal. Can I? No, I can't build any more then. I could build some of these. Grab that. And then we can see how much iron we've got. Now, that 120, that's okay. So we can make 2, 3, 4 of those. We can make 4 of those. Is that all we need? That's all we can do for now until that finishes, which is very near. There. Oops, there we go. And then I guess since I've got it on vanilla, that's get a bit defensive, but I'll get the machine to make that. So can I now build that? Yes, I can. Let's get a couple of repair packs. Got you 5 more ammos. Okay. Right, so I want that. That. Oh, I need 2 of them, don't I? Bum. Okay. Let's just put in that. Can I make a couple of them? I can. So it's at least going to do that for me while we wait. Or rather while we run back. Okay. Put the repair packs on there. The other reason but yeah, so I basically had to get a storage unit because it's actually on the 2nd floor, this flat, and it was kind of killing me taking everything up the stairs. I was just absolutely... I just realised sort of halfway through doing it that I'd only moved about a third of my stuff. I should grab some coal, should I? Only moved about a third of my stuff, and it, you know, I could, and because I'd got some vans planned, is what I mean. So I'd been moving it, you know, if I'm in my car, and I'd sort of booked a couple of vans next following weekends to move the stuff, and oh, why did I do that? And it's going to be fine. I mean, taking it out of the old place was fine. Okay, so you're doing that. Did I have any packs left? No. Cool. Yeah, but it, you know, like loading the vans was fine because it's, you know, I'd have moved it all downstairs and that sort of thing. But then moving it up two flights of stairs, because by 2nd floor I mean ground floor, 1st floor, 2nd floor. So it's effectively, well, it's two entire flights of stairs. And it has like a gated parking thing, so I couldn't park like super close all the time. So I was like, right, okay, this is it. Both impractical in the sense of it's probably going to kill me, and I'm not going to be able to move it all myself. Just, you know, I've got the strength and energy and all that sort of stuff and time. So I got a storage unit basically. So there's about half of my stuff still in storage, but it's even more apparent that I need to. Let's go with that so I can get a rifle, as it calls it, but it's actually a machine gun, I think. Right. Okay, so that we're still a bit of copper in there. Let's put some more of these minor drills down on the coal. Let's make all of them. Okay, oops, run into the forest. Anyway, yeah, so I got storage unit, but it's actually really cheap. I was a bit amazed actually. In fact, let's do the whole getting caboodle. Alright. Yeah, I was kind of amazed at how cheap it was because there was like special offer for the first 2 months. So that's my next job basically. I've got all the furniture in. So I've got all my stuff. I need to buy more furniture. But I also need to throw a lot of stuff away. I'll possibly put it on eBay, but I don't know. eBay doesn't really seem to work anymore because postage costs are horrendous. And people just sort of assume you're ripping them off if you put actual postage costs on because they're so high. I mean, it costs like over £1 to get a first class stamp from the UK. Sorry, just whack the table. Is it over £1? It's getting into that order, and that's just to send a small letter. And I kind of get it. It's like a response, effectively, to can I build this? I could build a no. Let's instead fill all this out. Might as well. You need loads of iron to start with, but late game it sort of shifts towards copper. So if we get 2 more of those, and then 1, 2, 4, is that 5, 6, I think 7, something like that. Let's do that. Get loads of coal. Surprised that lasted that long. Let's get lights. Okay. And then top everything up. I will start properly automating soon. It's you kind of need a good stock of resources in order to. Oh, was that it? Okay. You hit the wrong key. Right, did I build both of these? No. So what do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those, and 3 of those. Do I need more of these? I think I do. Wait, wrong way around. That should be like that. And then those there, up there. Oh, I haven't got much yet, have I? Let's put that on. Power poles. Oh, I can't live on. Let's get all of this lovely iron. So, copper we got. Here we go. This is starting to rock and roll. So let's build one of them, a couple of those. Let's build a turret in case we get visitors. And some firearms. Now, why are you saying? No. Oh, it's run out of. It's too close to the edge. I just dumped it all on the floor now. Hang on. Hang on. Stop it, lads. Let's build it that way then. There. It goes round in a circle, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. Let's get some coal in the boilers. But I think we've run out of stuff up here. Oh no, still got a little bit left. Right, so let's get that in. Right-e-ho. That's lights. There we go. Stone wall. So yeah, I'm not really intending to do this as a full series. I guess I could take it as a test of my blueprints again, but I've done quite a lot of tests. I have found not a problem as such, but like an option that I need to have with the burner, the Kickstarter base, which is basically that if you need to build trains, in order to build the bot base. Because the other two bases are okay, they're quite small and stuff, and they easily fit in here. But if you've got like cliffs on, as I say, and like default settings, then you can't do the, well, you could potentially clear like giant forests. That's one of the options that sort of, you know, could work. But basically you can't build usually with the default settings the bot base because it's too big to get close, because you've always got, it always puts loads of cliffs in the starting area, which I think is meant to be like free walls. I think that's sort of what they're going for with that. But yeah, so if you need train tracks, it doesn't make them basically. So I need to come up with a little add-on that adds on train tracks basically. Right. Let's be simple. It's just a couple of extra machines, rods and train tracks basically. That's it. You know, I'm happy with it as a thing. Right, let's go with, because those are quite expensive, aren't they? 50. Let's go with belts. Okay. Let's get some coal in. Starting to build up a stockpile, so let's get some belts being made. There we go. So this icon looks different to me, and I don't know if that's just because I was playing so much modded on the streams and stuff, but it looks different to me now. So maybe they tweaked it, but then I was like, well, why have they tweaked it? And it could be to make it more like visually readable for Switch players, maybe, I wonder. Or it could be because, you know, they're doing some tweaks that will help with the new expansion. Okay, so that's walls. That's what's on the stone base, basically. In fact, let's get some more coal. Okay. Excuse me. So we've got 200. Yeah, okay. So this little combinator here is just a reminder on the how much to put in. It's not really a combinator. It's not really doing anything. But it tells you just to put a 2-to-1 ratio in, basically. Okay, so more coal in here. Top that off. Now, how are we doing on pollution? Whoops. There you go, you see. So what we need to investigate is, are there any biters heading this way? Because it seems to be going that way. Which makes sense, because that's where the thing is. But this is like fairly open, so it'll probably go in that direction as well. So let's just have a quick look over there while everything builds up a little bit of stockpile. I probably need to feed the machines again. Yeah. Way out of him. Let's keep going. Like that. Cool. And then we're going to have a quick look over this way. The radar will eventually reveal it, but it's quite slow, so we'll just have a quick look. See if there are any lovely bitey friends. So there's nothing in the immediate vicinity. But it's quite open, isn't it? There's no big open plain. Okay. Oh, there's coal there. Okay. Let's note that for future reference and get it on the map. There we go. Any biters up this way? So there's a bit of a mini forest here. And there's copper there. That's not a very big patch at all, is it? Okay, so that's copper. Right, so where is the pollution? Okay. Okay, so we should be alright for a little while. But yeah, I think they do these cliffs because I'd been playing a bit with complete default vanilla, and I think the idea is to give you choke points, basically, like free choke points. That's sort of what they're going for with having so many in the starting area. But the trouble then is when you got the blueprints, like I've done. Oh, I should have got some coal first, shouldn't I? They just get in the way, and I mean that's the fundamental reason I usually play with them off. They're just always in the way, basically. Right, let's do a few more Mazamagines. Let's top up some stuff. I had a little, but I did in the sort of interim. I had a little bit of a think about what I want to do with streaming because I really enjoy doing it. Let's pop that in. I know what it was. It's the walls, so that's all fine. But we can put a little bit of coal in these just to sort of prime them. Not really do anything as such. Just build up some stone bricks, basically. But we need to connect it to power. I can build lights now. I can build lights now. Oh, there we go. Logistics. So let's do electronics as well. Let's build a few lights. We can now build those bad boys. Okay, so we're starting to get there. I haven't got any inserters, have I? Build those. Lights on. Power bars on. I don't really have a scheme for doing these, like some players do. I know Catherine in the Sky's very, because I don't tend to use the hotkeys and stuff. I just use it as a quick access bar, really. Pipes on, there we go. What have I built that I've got? I guess there's boxes, isn't there? Boxes there. And turrets. In fact, let's put the turrets there. Let's clear that. Turrets on. Boxes there. Yeah, I'll do it. It's fine. Right, yes, so how many power poles are actually got? I need 29. Okay, let's make all of the power poles. We want to get rid of that. Like that. And how do I do it? So, I should have got coal. Keep forgetting. Let us top up everything up here. That's weird that it had. Did I accidentally put the copper in? Right, so we could probably put our second science base on. Go right around again. There we go. So we need one more of those. Oh. Okay. Let's put the other bits in. Since we've got them. Cool. In fact. Oops. Put two of them in. Right, so we want coal. And copper in particular. Put a bit of everything. So yeah, next job then is really getting some coal flowing to the power. But we want to do that in such a way that we can hide it off. For the first base. In fact, actually, no, let's connect the power up here. And then I can do electric mining drills. So, we want to go down a bit, don't we? But let's put in the opposite side, because I think that'll line up then. So we want to go whoop, whoop, for power. You see, I've got loads of that now, but it's pumped out a ton of pollution. Now, luckily, we've got quite a lot of trees. they going to line up? Yeah, I think they'll line up. Quite a lot of trees, so that's sort of saving our sort of bacon, really. But it won't for very long. What am I looking for? I'm looking for that. And I already flicked it round. It needs to go there. And we need to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hello, Floody one. Is it default world? Yes, it is. Yeah, so it's completely vanilla, completely default settings. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. So I'll rotate that. I'll just put these in, but I'm not going to fill them out for ages. I hope you're doing well. Okay, let's fill that power pole in there. Okay, let's get rid of these. Oh, I can't make grenades yet, can I? Let us shop that. In fact, do I need wood? Oh, fine. Yes, this is just a completely default world. It's even got cliffs on, and I don't usually like playing with cliffs, but just wanted to. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. I haven't streamed for quite a while, so I'm more interested in sort of warming up my streaming muscles rather than Factorio. Right, let's get rid of this. Right. Oh, doing great, enjoying your week off work. Oh, lovely. Play Factorio again after a long break, so kind of have to relearn a lot. Oh, right, okay. Are you, how, what will be a best phrasing that? How experienced are you in terms of Factorio? You say, as you say, been away for a while, but are you a bit of a veteran player or a relatively new, you know, relatively, so not, I'm trying to think of a word that doesn't imply any, I always think the term newbie is a little bit condescending sort of thing, but just saying, some people don't mind it, some people do. I'm always fascinated by how much sort of people have played with the game, because you get people stopping in, you know, who've done, you know, space exploration, you know, Factorio 2, mega bases, and then people who've literally just bought the game today, sort of thing, you know. About 100 hours. Okay, cool. Oh, there's a cliff there. I thought that was a rock. It's nothing in terms of Factorio. No, it's. I mean, it's not. You know, it's not a competition. It's sort of thing. It's play as much as you've got time for, sort of thing. But, let's put one there for the time being. So that should connect up my. In fact, let's empty these out. That should connect up my thing here. But I've, as I say, again, I don't mean this in a boasting way, but I've played for about 3,000 hours because it's actually my favourite game of all time. And I've played it through loads and loads and loads. But one of the things I did when I started streaming was start some of the mod packs. So, Factorio 2, and also I started a series with like lots of minor mods, so like Factorio and stuff like that. Not fairly recently, but yeah, I'd really just played vanilla over and over again. Okay, so let's do fast inserts first. It's quite, because I've tried it before, Factorio 2, and sort of didn't really get on with it. But then I tried it. Okay, we've got walls now. How many have you made? Made 25. Okay, going to need about 50 for the blueprint. But another one, a lot of players sensibly have standardised blueprints that they use, not just, you know, ones they built or downloaded sort of thing. But I didn't have that. I always sort of played through fresh each time. And then it's more than enough for me. I'd rather not get confused from watching modded playthroughs. Yeah, so it's sort of it does get. It's one of the. weird things with it because the mechanics stay the same, you know. There's rarely any mods that like introduce properly new mechanics. When you think about it, it's mostly just more ways of sticking things into machines and taking things out of machines, and adding maybe randomized components. I keep accidentally right-clicking on these furnaces, but oh, I didn't build those. Let's build a few of them. We also need one more lab. How are we doing on pollution? We are fine. I was a bit surprised it's not heading that way. Interesting. Right, so we've got that for me. All that. In fact, let's cancel them out. Redo them. We can put copper in there. So let's double what's in here so it lasts for a while. And fill that up. But yeah, so one of the series I've been doing, and it's what I'm using at the moment, is building a blueprint set for myself. Because first series I tried to do was building a mega base. I'd never built a mega base before. So I tried to do it streaming, my first one. And it sort of dawned on me as I was doing it that I was spending ages just playing the vanilla game. So the whole actually building a mega base was taking it was like, when you look at the total number of episodes, it must have been about a third of the series before I even started on the mega base. So I was like, I need to have a set of blueprints that I can use to get through the game fairly quickly. Right, so where am I going to put these? In fact, I haven't actually built any electric furnaces. Where am I going to put these? I think if we put a sort of a row here, because we've got to be mindful of that cliff. Yeah, okay, so let's put that there. So it's going to be mining. Where's my electric miners? I've gone the wrong way in the blueprint. There we go. That's them. Like that. So, ideally it would be there, wouldn't it? If I did it there... Oops. It's not very big. Let's do that. Can I pick those up? Let's risk picking those up. Now, let's get rid of these trees. I know what you mean. You go through several base iterations before you can go to a mega base stage. Yeah, it's it's quite, I don't know how to phrase it, a bit of a shock at just how big a mega base needed to be, because I tried to do 12 beacons, so we want a line going off that way, and I was really stubborn, stupidly stubborn, and kind of did, just... Is that going to fit through there? I need to get that on. Just did that, everywhere. And when you do 12 beacons, you need an insane amount of power. Just off the charts. And I'd heard the whole thing everyone says about, all nuclear's all UPS intensive. It's not actually true. People are sort of proving it, and it's not actually as bad as you think. And also, in particular, what it saves you if you do use nuclear is like a gigantic amount. Well, basically, I had 1.6 million solar panels, and the base didn't actually have enough power. It wasn't actually running properly with that many solar panels, and it's like And that was, I had military science in the mega base, and I had to turn that off, just completely off. Let's put some defensive stuff down. And say, it was just, if I'd gone 8 beacon, done a mix maybe, or just gone 8 beacon, just fundamentally. Let's put cut 5 in there maybe. I kind of assuming that they'll come for some of the coal stuff and eventually arrive. But yeah, it's just you don't really quite understand the scale of things until you try it yourself, sort of thing. So we want output priority right. Output priority left. No, 6. Sorry, not 6 million, 1.6 million. So, not quite as. I think 6 million you'd probably hit sort of the sort of size limits on the game, but no, 1.6 million, and so about 1.3 million accumulators, something like that. No, it would have been 1.2 or somewhere in there. So yeah, not 1.6. Sorry, 1.6, not 6. But I actually cheated. The last 200,000, I just used the whatchamacallit. Put coal in there. I just used creative mode basically to spawn them in. But yeah, so city block site. No, it was basically bespoke factories. So I went for 5,000 science per minute because I kind of figured if I'm going to do, technically I have done mega. Because the dividing line people use is like that 1,000 science a minute, and I had done that with like bus-based bases, yeah. But I sort of I said 5,000 for this first mega base attempt, and they were bespoke designs that were completely sort of self-sufficient. If you see what I mean, not quite, because you had to feed in iron plate and steel and copper plate, but they made everything that they needed in that single design. So it wasn't a modular system at all. It was entirely, trains turn up with iron plate and you get purple science out, sort of thing. It was that sort of a thing, and I had a great time. I really enjoyed designing all of these. To me, it was like, if you're going to do a mega base, it needs to be mega factories, if you see what I mean, rather than city blocks. I don't have anything against city blocks. I just, it's not something I've really tried before, so I went with these mega scale factories. But say every single one was 12 beacon, just religiously, without any thinking about what the impact of that was. Let's get the axe. So we should be able to pop this in. So if I put that down and that one, and then we can make those. I need some more boxes, don't I? And I'm going to need some more of those. And I've run out of copper. Yeah. No, I say I appreciate. I know, because Nilaus kind of came up with it, I think, or popularised it, or whatever, and so he advocates heavily for it, and that does have a lot of advantages, but so it's just not something I've ever really tried. The thing to say, I never used to use standardised blueprints for myself. Even I would always build them new each time. Now, why are you complaining about not having power? Have I missed... Have I just run out of coal? I could well have just run out of coal, couldn't I? In fact, let's put 4 of them, 2 of them, some more of them, power poles, inserters. Yeah, I've either not connected it up or we're out of power. We're out of power, okay. I didn't hook these up though, did I? Oh, I forgot to put that power pole back in. That's the problem. Right, we're getting there. Let's swap that out for... Oh, is coal coming now? Coal's coming. So if I... In fact, let's just leave it there. And if I just put 50 in there, just to keep them going for a while. The coal backs up. Swap that for an electric one. Cool, okay. Let's start... Oh, did you burn out then? No, it's okay. Right, so let's pop some of these in. And we need a third one of them. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 assemblers. I've only got 7. Brilliant. And run for labs. I'll put the boxes in. What about lights? Have I got any lights? I've got 5 lights. I think I want to make blueprints for my starter base once I make a design I am pleased with. I spend so much time on changing to make build look clean and be efficient. I really don't want to use someone else's blueprints. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't ever... So I usually recommend people, you know, try and build their own stuff when they first play. But mostly from a point of view of, like, designing is usually quite fun for most people. So if you download blueprints, you're sort of robbing yourself of that opportunity. If you hate it, you know, if you don't enjoy doing it or you find it slow or boring, then unlike, you know, my view is, well, just download some then. You know, it's not like it matters how you play the game. But yeah, I'd always sort of recommend giving it a go. Right, so we need iron in there to make belts for us. But the other piece of advice I give on that point of view, usually when, you know, sort of new players come in and stuff, is you first play through, I wouldn't worry about efficiency and stuff. It's more important to learn. You tend to find there's a lot of stuff in the game later on that kind of renders like things redundant, you know. So I'm not sure how many times, if you've launched rocket, how many times, etc. But you tend to find that when you get, you know, so you don't actually like need blue belts in order to launch rockets. You can do it. In fact, you're better off doing it with like yellow and red belts. But then when you get more experience with the game, you're going to want to use blue belts, and if you do a bigger base, on a base that launches, you know, multiple rockets consistency, you're going to want to do that. But it's like it completely changes how you do things, and modules in particular. When I first did my first launches, I don't think I used modules, because I was like, these are incredibly complicated to build. You know, I'm not going to bother doing that, basically. But then later on, you sort of realise how powerful they are. It's kind of one mechanic too far for me, actually. I think it was like, I don't, you know, I don't really, can't really even think about these, let alone try and use them in my machines or try and build them. Right, so I didn't actually grab all the iron. Did I grab any iron? I'm not sure if I did. I think I topped the machines up without emptying them out. Oh. So yeah, it's sort of like a thing of, I say, certainly when you first play it through, or when you first play, there's a bit of a tendency, and I had this as well, to just keep restarting. You know, because you'll do it better next time, and you will, but you learn so much by just your first, you know, rocket launch, and then so much more on your second, and etc. etc. That it's worth sort of ploughing on, and you know, why have I not done the ammo? Getting that launch done, and then start thinking about efficiency and all that sort of stuff. Because you know, if you want to keep your base going or keep playing on the same, you know, save file. Oh, I didn't build any last day. You can always like build a new base, basically. You know, get in a train or a car and just drive down the way and build a new base. You know. Especially once you've got lots of military buffs, the biters tend to become like just a nuisance rather than an actual problem. Right. Get that in there. Get your lights on. Got to get your lights in. Oh, that's already there. Could put some more ammo in. Oops, that's done. Use the wrong button. So these are a bit sort of, I mean, they work and stuff, the base designs, but they're also like rule of cool as well, as in I think they look quite good little bases. It makes them a bit harder to build. Right, how many walls have I got? Almost none, I bet. In fact, none. I don't got any walls. Okay. I'll never put that in. Let's top these up. Cool. Yeah, okay, so I don't use someone else's blueprints. Maybe with the exception of belt balancing systems, as I can't bother with that. Yeah. So it's like we restart too much. Yeah. So I mean, do it. You know, play how you want. You know, if you're enjoying it, it doesn't matter. But as I say, I tend to recommend just pushing on in your, you know, for your first launch. Get your first launch done, sort of thing. No matter how spaghetti and ugly your base is, just get it done because you learn so much, and you sort of realise, as I say, oh, you know, electric furnaces are amazing. I should use them as soon as I possibly can, or whatever you know, whatever you prefer, sort of thing. Just trying to think. I think we'll have the starter base in here. I think. Yeah, I think that'll work. Right. So, in that case, I only need lots and lots of iron and copper. But if you'll allow me the shameless plug, if you did want to see my Mega Base series, I never did like highlights of it, but I have a YouTube channel, which is same username, but it's alias to Triggles, and that's on there. So if you did want to check it out, it's long. It's like 80 streams of like 4 hours. 3 and 4 hours each, so it's a long series. So no offence if that's not something you want to sit through. But I had thought about doing highlights, but it's not really that sort of a series. There was a lot of grinding, and that was, I mean, just to put it into context, I think the whole series actually was somewhere in the like in terms of total playtime was like 500 hours, because I did so much. I was trying to do it completely. It was a vanilla playthrough as well. So I was clearing out. I spent like 100 hours clearing out biters, and I made the poor judgment again of basically trying to do it with outposts. So I wasn't. You're better off just having a single base and just clearing a vast area, basically. Because if you try and do outposts like I was, it's like it's far less time efficient because you're having to clear everything out, build loads and loads of walls and stuff. So I had to set up an entire artillery system. Okay, right. So we want lots of all of these things, I think. Lots of them. Some of them. Look at that. Top these up again. You're not out of coal again, are you? Grab that. I've already got. Yeah, I've got a full stack now. Don't I like episodes? Yeah, cool. So I should really have sort of trimmed it down or done a highlights thing, but part of the reason I started streaming was because I was really struggling with editing. I eventually worked out a long time later that it was because I was trying to do 4K, and editing 4K files is just a nightmare. Particularly this machine's quite old. Right, oh, we've got ammo. That's good. Put that in there, and yeah, it was a bit sort of like pulling teeth, editing these gigantic files. Let's go get more iron. In fact, have you got? Let's leave that. Cool. So if I take that out there, let us rob Peter to pay Paul. And never put that in. Brilliant. They're not there for ages, so let's just grab a couple of those. Right. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Let's put the walls in. Oops. Yeah, so I tried to do, YouTube editing the series and found editing so annoying that sort of switched to live streaming. So thought of then editing down these, 4-hour streams. So, well, maybe I won't do that then. Run through. In fact, can I make? I can, but not for ages. Okay. Let's go get some more stuff. Oops. Did I run out of walls? Yes. No, we didn't want to power. Should be. Oh, okay, railroad, yeah. What, like with timestamps for important times in the episode? Yeah, I should have done that as well, because there is a lot of nothing happening effectively. I mean, yeah, it works as a stream because I can talk like this, and people are kind enough to drop in. Is this? I bet this is run out of coal, is it? Yeah. Okay. Pencil that in. Grab some coal. In fact, I could probably put sensible amounts of stuff in these now. That. That. I better check the pollution actually. So there could be some problems here. Let's go and let this run through. I'll get a load of belts queued up. Oh. Far easier, yeah. So instead of video editing, you can just add timestamps, yeah. Yeah, it's something I should have done at the time, but so I never really expected anyone. I was saying earlier on, actually, I might have been there, but it's been interesting watching like the analytics on the YouTube, because I more just put them on like just to preserve them, because obviously they get deleted after a while on Twitch. Although I did discover you can use the highlight system to cheat it, and it keeps the videos on there as full videos, basically, because you can basically mark the entire video as a highlight. So it's like a cheat for it. But yeah, it's just to have them on there, basically, just not to lose them. And so I never kind of expected anyone to look at them, but there's quite a few people do, and there's like a couple of regulars now. But so there's nothing here, is there? I'm not seeing any biters down here, which is good. How far is that? Let's have a look on the other side of this little forest. But yeah, it's been interesting watching the stats, because the Switch version came out. Ah, there's some biters. So there's a couple of forests in the way, so we should be okay for if and when pollution does get down there. Am I going to be able to get through here? And it's interesting. There's a series where I'm building these blueprints. So all the titles have, building my blueprints and that in the title, and people are obviously searching for videos on blueprints, and I guess because of the Switch version coming out. Okay, so we've got some there, haven't we? Okay. I think we might need to think about getting a little bit more defensive. Ooh. Oh, I've got copper here. Interesting. Ah, and oil. Right. Do I want to leave... If I pop a couple of turrets, or a couple of turrets, let's do. Can we do a couple? How much ammo have I got? Oh, I've got plenty of ammo. Just in case the biters... They're not going to. But just in case they do a bit of colonising and end up... In fact, have I got any... I didn't pick any ores up, did I? Okay, let's just put 2 turrets down. Put 10 in each. Or 11. It's fine. I can do maths. I say a vague possibility that like a colonisation group may land there, so let's just guard that. Okay. It's taking a bit of an odd long time. I don't know if that's because it's run out of stuff. There we go. Can I get through there? No. There we go. In fact, I've already got radio there, haven't I? No, we're chugging away. It's just slow. Cool. Right, let us... In my real world, my only other coal site nearby is completely surrounded by rather big biter bases. Ah, yes, the problem. I quite enjoy Rail World. I think I only actually did it once. Let's do these two, I think. So which first? Let's do damage first. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I quite like the sort of concept of it. What I didn't appreciate, and I always forget about Rail Worlds, is that whole thing that they it increases the amount of water. Because in my head, it's like it decreases the amount of water for some reason. That's my sort of mistake or misthinking about it every time. Put just one on. Okay. So, how are we doing? Let's go and top up with lots and lots of iron. It should have made a good amount of belts and inserters. I think we'll probably pop in a second one of these. Oh, I didn't pick up any walls again, did I? Right, so we want 8 in there. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then we can move those down, top it up. And then we want like 4 or something in here. We can put these back up to where they were. And then 2, 3, 4. 2. So that should keep it going for a good while. Grab all of those. All of those. Right, let's put some back. And then make sure that's topped off. Like so. How do we do it now? 130. Okay, let's put 2 more of them in. And yeah, I never built a second one of them, did I? So let us put that down. So that's that there. So what I've also got is a floor thing for this. Now, it makes things a bit difficult to build if you have it down. Again, it's sort of rule of cool rather than practical. So if that needs to go there, okay, but then I undo it, and I can pop that in the right place. There we go. Right, and then put that on top. Cool. I'm not going to build it yet, but I just know where it is then. Be a fun challenge for sure. Do need to secure a coal source before starting 500k coal site is empty. Cool. You've not transitioned on to oil and stuff. I always quite liked. I was chatting about it with sort of somebody else before. I didn't get any coal. That almost like a thematic thing of keeping trains running on coal. It's sort of they're a lot more realistic when they run on coal trains because they're slower and particularly in terms of accelerating. When you have them running on, because you get the speed boost from the sort of more dense fuel, and they become a bit unrealistic. And I always really quite liked the slow build up of speed they have when they're on coal power. And also, to me, it makes more sense of the plume of stuff that's coming out the top, because it's like, well, that looks like a furnace basically. Well, they don't really look like coal trains. There are mods that make them look more like steam trains basically. But yeah, I sort of quite like the idea of keeping them on coal, but they do, especially when you get like a rail world where they're going huge distances. You kind of you need that speed boost. Let's just get a bit of stuff in here, and actually remember this time to pick up the walls. In fact, am I gonna? What? Perhaps I've got coal in there. I don't really need that anymore. Now, we built that and that. Put a little bit there. Cool. Okay. No, not oil yet, but oil is actually right next to that coal site I talked about. Oh, right, okay. Right, let's finish off this wall. Have you done much with oil generally? I mean, is it? You said you've restarted and stuff. I know a lot of A lot of people, in me as included, find it quite tricky to get the sort of head round, because it's one of my, one of my little. Oh, I haven't done Gates yet, have I? One of my little criticisms of the game, which, because I, say it's my favourite game ever, but it's sort of. In fact, should we put some defences on? Where would be some sensible places? So. Do have these trees here. I'm a bit loath to go and wipe them out because these are quite good choke points with the cliff. But obviously we'd push the evolution on quite a bit if we're killing bases and stuff at this stage. But yeah, it's one of those. It's like a big ramp up in. Well, it's not. It's the. I guess it's the difference basically. So. The game teaches you to, use inserters, put things in machines, and then suddenly fluids come along, and it's a completely different way of working. And it also always struck me that blue science is, it's a lot more complicated. You've got particularly like red circuits, are sort of multi materials. They sort of, you've got to build a thing. Build green circuits, but also plastic, and still add wires into them. And it's sort of a big ramp up in complexity, and at the same time, blue science is like slow, very slow to make. So you sort of feel the need to build lots and lots of machines to compensate. So I think definitely a couple of turrets up here. I've only got 22 walls. Okay, let's just put the turrets in. Yeah, okay. Let's do that then. So we want that. Let's just put a couple of pillboxes in there. Okay. Can I even put some walls on? Ish. Hey. Go. Oops. And so I've got that wall there. I guess if we just have a couple of things here. Because the trees, in fact, no, I don't need to bother with that, do I? Because these have got defences on them, so that's okay. I'm just thinking the most likely one. So I'm a bit surprised the pollution's not heading that way more. But the most likely ones to get hit are kind of these. So I think that's sort of protected there. They they will tend to path around the trees, so we should be okay-ish there. We do want to defend these eventually, but there's nothing over there. That covers that. And they would have to come around the lake, so we probably need an extra one down here, because these won't reach. Oops. What was that? Simple. So that's only got range to there. So we kind of need something here, don't we? Only a bit. I have never launched rocket, but I've been at a stage where I use logistic transfer. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, things get complicated real fast at that stage. Yeah. I say, I don't mean this in a, oh, you've not got there yet type of way. One of the beauties of this game is you can take it pretty much at your own. It's like if you struggle with biters and stuff because of the time and all that, you can just turn them off basically. Do another playthrough without them, and it doesn't matter. It's just another thing to learn basically. It's not. It used to be. There used to be a thing where you the biters produced. Is that out of iron? No. the biters produced alien capsules, I think they were called. And so you had to use these alien capsules in the research. So you kind of had to play with biters. You could still have them on peaceful. But because when they're on peaceful, they only attack if they are attacked. But how many walls did I get? Not many, is it? But yeah, it's you used to have them in the game, otherwise you weren't able to finish it, basically. Well, at that stage, you kind of didn't really finish the game. It wasn't done as once you launched a rocket, it tells you you've won type of thing. It didn't really work that way because there wasn't any space science in the game, basically. So they didn't. What did it? I think it did tell you you'd won. But say that was it then. Essentially, you didn't really need to launch rockets. I mean, people did. Used to be that a mega base was so many rocket launches per minute, basically. Not that I, say. Had never done one before. Okay, so where do I think I want to put turrets? So I guess if we sneak one in there. In fact, let's do a line of them there. I'll get it set it making like 1,000,000 belts, because that's the big thing we need to do next. And we'll get some of those stacked up. What else do I need? Power poles. Inserters. And I've got stone furnaces. Cool. Okay. And while it's doing all that, I will pop down these. So maybe one there. In fact, it's a bit redundant. If I just put... Because this is where I'm going to have the other base, so that's got turrets in it as well. So if I just pop a couple in here, just in case... Oh, okay. Do that. Fireworks sounds like fun. Yeah, it used to be interesting, but what used to happen? So, when you're very, very late game, and it's meant to be. It's not like some fault or something. It's meant to be this way. You become very OP. You're very powerful compared to the biters. They eventually introduced behemoth biters. They were a much later addition to try and give a bit more of a challenge later game, but there's still one of the sort of problems with the default settings in that way is that you don't end up with, the base clusters. They never get big enough that they would send enough of a challenge towards your walls, sort of thing. Because, they respond to the pollution, so you get a mob of things. But if you get half a dozen laser turrets and like a flamer turret down, it just takes care of any of the mobs, the big mobs it sends, the big groups of mobs it sends towards you. But and so they introduced behemoths to try and maintain that challenge, but you just become so OP because the damage and shooting speed are not shooting speed. Damage is just infinite, so you can just keep going. Whereas they cap out basically. But yeah, so you used to have a similar thing, and you didn't have artillery and stuff like that, but you would basically steamroll all these bases, and then you'd have to go round picking up, because it wasn't the biters themselves that dropped the capsules, it was the bases. It should probably have been. In fact, there's a mod I think that does you can do minor capsules out of the biters, which makes more sense because then you could farm them. Like say you could keep them there and farm them and try and work out a way of doing that. But if you wipe out the bases, of course, the little groups themselves, the areas where there are bases, they don't respawn. So this doesn't grow. This will stay as four bases. It won't add more bases onto it. So you couldn't do something where you had turrets around the edge, and then as it built more bases, it would wipe them out, and then you'd have to harvest them and stuff like that. That would have been fairly interesting, but I imagine a bit trickier to program. And as I say, there are mods that kind of introduce some of that stuff. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for my next... In fact, are we finished with this? I haven't put the floor down, have I? So I can keep that for a bit. But let's do the Kickstarter base. Let's put that on there. So this is the Kickstarter base, which basically builds everything. And it has two parts to it. It's actually two bases. One is the smelting, which is this bit. So let's just pop that in there temporarily. And then that's the defences for the smelting. Where's the robot? So that would go there. So that would fit actually. In fact, that's not a bad place for it. What about the other bit of the base? So this one. In fact, let's put the floor on so I can see where the connectors are. So it used to be... No, that one. So it must be there. Is that right? There. Okay. So that would fit. And what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to use a deconstruction plan to get rid of the floor rather than pick it all up again. No, I have to do it a different way, don't I? With... Yeah, there we go. Oh, is that not? If I put it on that, are you going to be weird? No. Why are you not? Oh, it's whitelist, isn't it? No? Why are you not doing that? Okay, so it's doing it the wrong way around. Whitelist the tiles. Oh, blacklist the entities. No? Huh. Why is it not just picking up the... Well, that's useful anyway. Why are you not just doing tiles? Huh. That's weird. Let's do it there. But it's picking the items as well. Maybe if I put a filter on of just like somewhat random. There we go. Huh. I didn't know you had to have something selected with the entities on there. I don't usually do it that way, but cool. Right, so this is the Kickstarter base, which basically, so it's got smelting for everything, and this first part here produces all of like iron plate in that section. This is your copper. It needs upgrading at some point. You have to upgrade it to steel furnaces to get it work properly. But green circuits, pipes and cogs, and then it feeds them all across, and then this builds all of the basics. And the idea with this is it then builds all the stuff you need in order to build a bot base. So the next blueprint set, the next blueprint set is a bot base. But what I discovered while I was testing it is this base is designed with the idea that the bot base is literally going to be built there, and I might do that this time if we get round to that. I don't know, I'll still be playing at that point, but we could stick it in there and maybe pump the oil across, because it's like got a separate module for the oil. But with the amount of cliffs and water it puts around your starting area, I kind of discovered in some of the testing that sometimes you can't put it very close and you've got to put it quite far away. And also you need additional resources sometimes because these only really, especially if you have default settings, they only really feed this base. So you then have to start going out to other patches, and this doesn't build rail. It doesn't have rail in it. So then you're sort of stuck because you need hundreds of bits of rail. In fact, we've not actually found another iron. And you haven't got rail being made, so it needs a little edit to add rail into it, basically. Oh! Hello, Sydney. Oh, crikey. Oh, hello, Sandstorm. Thank you for the raid. 25, crikey. Hello all, hello all. And hello, Sydney. Welcome back. Meowing to you too. So Floody saying hello. First time chat from Jamatia. Hello, hello. Evil Genius is here. Welcome, Silent Storm. How have you been doing? I saw you playing earlier on. Are you in multiplayer, I mean? Or and Kawaki as well. Hello. Jamatia. Nailed it. Thank you. Good. Welcome all. Welcome all. Hope you're doing okay. I've been. So this is basically just a vanilla playthrough. I'm kind of operating almost on. What would you call it? Like autopilot almost. I'm not. Obviously interacting more with chat and particularly. We want to chill evening today. You mean chill as in chilling out or cold chill? Because in the UK it's like bizarrely hot. It's obviously mid-November now-ish, and well, I had my shorts on earlier on because it was so warm, and I haven't got the heating on or anything. It's just like, if you needed evidence global warming was the thing, then I don't know what more evidence you would need. Really. I'm guessing you mean chill as in relaxing. 8 degrees C here. Okay. What do you do streams in parallel? One playing vanilla Factorio, the other is a DJ playing bass and drum and bass. Where is here? Oh, sorry, here is the UK, so England, south of England specifically. But yeah, it's sort of. I know it's been the warmest October in Europe, like ever recorded this year. Actually, so I started streaming like would it be a couple of years ago now? Certainly over a year, and I've been on a bit of a break because I've been moving house, and the reason for the house move was change of job. I actually work for the electricity industry now, so I'm part of the whole transitioning to zero carbon, basically, in the UK. So I'm going to have to weave this round a bit, aren't I? So if we put that in there. But yeah, so this is just a sort of vanilla playthrough, basically. Sneak that through there. I probably don't need that iron, but let's just do it anyway. That should be connected to the copper. But yeah, so it's sort of be quite interesting seeing the sort of ins and outs and the detail. Now, what if of what goes on and do that. So if I do so maybe we do it at the bottom. That's probably easier, because this really, I think we need lines going that way for the mining. So if this is the stone, we take it up there. No. Like oh. Actually, phone just refresh. Okay. Perfect combination. South of Germany is also around 7 degrees C. Actually, phone just refreshed. Now it's 4 degrees C. Right. West Germany. Oh, right. Okay. I'm not sure what that is. So 4 degrees C, chill in that regard as well. Yeah, I mean, say it's not. It's not warm, but for the middle of November, in the UK, I would usually be expect to wearing, you know, sweatpants and, you know, have a jumper on, that sort of thing. We tend to get a bit warmer in the UK because we benefit from the mid-Atlantic current. Basically, keeps us a bit warmer than you would expect, and obviously, I mean, all of Europe sort of benefits from it, but sort of obviously the UK tends to get it first because it just comes that way. But yeah, it's just been nuts, really. It's sort of like you wouldn't, you know, describe it as the middle of November. You would think it would be, you know, springtime or something like that. Okay, let's put down. Let's get the right one. Let's put down the miners. So we need to put 2 iron in there. So if we do, say, 1 there. Yeah, I do. Yes. How was your stream, Silenstorm? It was so I saw you were playing multiplayer the other day. You have to forgive me, I've terrible memory, but I think you were also playing SpaceX? So I have a terrible memory, so sorry, I've confused you with someone else, but don't know how you were getting on with that. Let's do that a bit differently. Not quite sure why I put it there, but I put it there, so. Put it on there, put it on there. Inelegant, but spaghetti is the spaghetti of life, as they say. Right. Okay, so I'm happy-ish with that. I need to pull all that up, obviously. How many belts have we actually got? So, let's bring this down. Oh. For everyone not familiar with what I posted there, that's the last weather report of nearest airport to me. Surprised. Oh, okay. That was good. Good? 12 degrees C in Denmark now, yeah. Warmest November ever recorded, yeah. I say it's bonkers, really. I mean, not that, I mean, obviously, you know, most people don't like cold weather. I happen to quite enjoy it, especially being a big person. It's it gets a bit much for me in summer, but you kind of need that seasonality. There's a lot of animals that kind of depend on, you know, hibernating and all sorts of stuff, really, that you kind of need that cycle, or else it sort of messes them up. Particularly like spring. Spring's more problematic, I think, where, you know, they come out of you know, winter dormancy too early and stuff like that. 450. Oh, right, okay. That's quite interesting, that. Relative humidity 100%. That means it's raining, doesn't it? If it's 100% relative humidity. Cool. I played today on pretty much vanilla COE3, which makes the world Earth, basically. Oh, right, okay. Space exploration tomorrow evening, okay. Replacing a lot of regular mining drills with bigger mining drills to reduce entities. Oh, cool. You're still checking, I mean, how, I suppose I don't know if you know. It may be difficult to judge. I mean, how far off are you finishing? Or is it one of those where you kind of never finish? I mean, I suppose you never finish Factorio, no matter what you're playing, but I think some of the... Alright, I don't know, because I'm not as familiar with it, but I think some of the overhaul mods are sort of designed to just be infinite, aren't they? So that's the coal. How many miners have I got? Only 15, okay. So let's put a few in. On each side there. Get them down. Get some power poles on. So that should be a little bit of iron coming in. And then, shall I brave it? Let's pull this up, I guess. Because that gives me the 100 furnaces. And we're not exactly making walls at a useful rate. So we want that one again. Put that in there. Oops. Like that. Let's just do that. I think I got that a bit too close, didn't I? One of them. So. Merge that. That's not connected. Awesome sauce. Right. Do you really finish Factorio? No. Especially in SE, I need a few more sciences, Bio 4, and then all the deep space sciences. How many sciences are there in SpaceX? I know there is that switchover, isn't there, as you say? I didn't know there was a deep space science. I knew there were space sciences. From watching, streamers playing it, but I didn't know there was deep space science as well. Let's put. Oh, I can't. In that case, let me put. Okay. Let me put it above it then. So let's put this. Because there's that bit of cliff in the way, isn't there? But why have I put that so close? Let's just do it here. That's better. So this will be the copper. Good old Cooper. Okay, so that's copper. So this will just let me check that I've hooked everything up right, as it were. Because we'll have the backed up lines. Oops. No. Cool, okay. It looks like everything's coming in the right place, I think. Yeah. So, the trick here now is to build some bits and not other bits, if that makes sense. Obviously we've got recipes that we can do, but what we want is to get a lot of stuff automated. So, as well as shooting these dang trees, we want this part done first. So give us the inserters and belts. Okay. Put that in. It becomes saying there is the floor, and the floor makes it look sort of super awesome and helps you run around a lot, obviously, but it also makes it very difficult to see what the hell you're building. Put that down there. And then, oh, I've not got enough assemblers, have I? Arse assemblers. Okay. And then we've got that filled in there. Oh. Right, belt. Hopefully, I should have a couple hundred up at the other base. In fact, I need to restock that, don't I? Let's see how much I can do. Oh, I never built the... Have I got the labs? Oh, I can build the labs, anyway. Okay. Right, so let's stock all this up. Just so that... Keep chugging away. Like so. And then that needs to... Oops. That needs to go in there. In fact, let's put an extra one. So grab that. Grab those inserters. Alright. Oh, I've done it again. Cool. And I want that ammo. Maybe one in there. I've got 128 ammo. So I'm going to build... Am I? Because the thing down the bottom will build labs for me. So this is quite kind of where it... the design is it ramps up into a lot more automation. But you do have to hand build quite a lot of stuff still. Belts in particular. The sort of... how I usually try and do it is basically have it just fill in a bit. Oops. Of course you need to be competent where you're putting things, but so we can get it to, you know, we can build a few of these furnaces, so we get things moving, things kick started. Now which one's which there? That's the iron plate. Wait. Yeah, that's the iron plate. And then we'll leave that gap. So that goes there. To there. So this is the iron plate for the belts. And the inserters. Put that in. Like so. Long-handed. Obviously it's about we need most of. Obviously it's making the labs there. Need that long-handed, that inserter, that assembler. Need to hook up power. There. And then this is the copper. Oh no, that's stone. This is copper. So again, let's see if we can put some of this down. I'm very careful with the power poles. That to be copper there. There. Oops. That's copper. Not that we really need copper for the belts, do we? Really? Not to get them started. Let's put power in. How many poles have got? 26. Okay, we should be able to hook up power over here. It does sort of change the dynamic of this early game, because usually I'd be building a lot more stuff in a sort of improvised way. But having these, let's spread that out a bit evenly. There we go. Becomes almost more like a puzzle box in a sense. Don't quite know how to express that, but it changes the nature of the early game. This. So we've only got one plate on the way. That's good. Good. Bit of iron plate, and then we need to make gears. Oh, right then. Have I got any? Oh, I got loads. Cool. Oops. Bits of... Oh. Bit surprised we've not had any visits yet. I guess because a lot of the pollution has gone over the water. That's interesting. So normally it produces an enormous pollution cloud, this, because it's got lots and lots of burner drills, but it seems to be okay. So that's the gears. There's no power there. Huh. Well, I never. Right. Okay. You've still not got power. Why have you not got power? That's not got power. Why is that not got power? That's connected, isn't it? That's got power. That's got power. Oh, I get it. It's because of the whole crossing power poles that... Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that one's connected to a different one. So that's gears. So we have gears here. We have iron plate here. Cool. And we need... Well, we don't need green circuits yet, technically, but... Let's just make sure it makes some. I've not misplaced the inserters. There we go. And gears, super. How are we doing on power? About halfway, okay. Let's put the green circuits in. Oh. Oh. So yeah, so I didn't really... I'm a bit terrible for anyone new at kind of starting thoughts and sentences and points and then just sort of getting distracted by the game itself. But yeah, I was saying about the... So I've done, you know, about it's only over a year's worth of streaming. And then I've moved house because I've moved jobs, which meant I've ended up not streaming for about 2 months or so, so I'm kind of getting back into the swing of things. Yeah, and the part of the reason for starting it up this week was partly to say just to test everything out, because I've set up my desk and got everything, you know, working, I think, and so hopefully I'll come back. Certainly no one's been complaining about there not being any audio or anything like that, so hopefully I have hooked everything up properly. But yeah, so... Why is... Oh, there's not got power. And it's not connected, is it? No, I didn't put the line in. Let's put that in. Let's put this one in as well. Didn't put the copper on. But yeah, the one of the other games I play, I basically... So this channel, this, you know, this Twitch and... is really all builder games. I have played some, you know, like adjacent games, as it were, some sort of management-y type games on the channel, just as one-offs, really. Oh, I haven't made any steel, have I? But there was a video this week, so one of the series I've done, or been doing, oh, I need long-handeds, is Satisfactory. I actually paused that, like properly paused it, because the honest truth was I didn't kind of want to say it on the stream, because, like, never say never and stuff, but I was getting really bored of Satisfactory because it gets so tedious, in my opinion. It's like, and every stream just became me moaning about there not being blueprints in the game. Why have we not got iron here? Because that's not connected. Why is, oh, I haven't done all this bit. And they've announced that update 7 for Satisfactory is going to introduce blueprints. I can't tell you how pleased I was. It's almost like a childish level of pleased, because oh my god, the game is tedious if you without some sort of system like that. Especially the last couple of tiers. It's just a grind and it's just not fun. Oh! Everything working perfectly today? We'll have blueprints now, yeah? Yeah, that's right. I think I saw that too. Took them long enough. Really, they had said they were never going to do that. Yeah, it's... oh, hello, Grabby, basically. I was actually one of the things I was saying on the streams I was doing, that it didn't feel like it was designed for blueprints, that it sort of had a feeling of like, you know, that's not coming to the game sort of thing. And particularly, why is there no... oh. There's going to be no iron ore if I don't put the underground in. But yeah, oh, and welcome to the stream, by the way. Anything past tier 3, 4 is horrible, yeah. I mean, I wasn't too bad up to that sort of level, but when it got up to sort of, certainly up to about tier 5, certainly, I was just getting really bored. Because it's like this game, you know, I mean, obviously you can play it, you know, by hand and not automate hardly anything. You know, it's up to you how you want to play it, but the whole point, it's like, to go off on a real tangent, I'm not that big a fan of survival games in general, and it's one of the things, I mean, you know, I think why sort of Valheim was a big success. I say, don't want to forget my point too much. Why are we not? Oh, we have made some steel. What was I saying? Yeah, it's why I'm not that big a fan of like survival games, because basically survival games you kind of very rarely, and I know Ark and stuff, they do actually have this in and those sorts of things, but it tends to be a lot of manual stuff. You're doing a lot yourself, and you don't generally automate things. And it's like, that's why I love this game, because, you know, you start off, you know, doing everything by hand, and the whole challenge of the game is to get the factory to run itself, basically. At a very simple way of describing it, but it's kind of what it ends up being. I say that's why I don't tend to enjoy survival games usually, mostly because it's all manual stuff. You're always you're punching trees basically all the time. I mean, I know it's not, and I know there is, you know, automation in some of them, but it's not the same, you know. And so Satisfactory, that's how I ended up with it. It was like, why am I building every single, you know, belt and splitter and merger and, you know, to build yet another manifold, which I've already built, you know, 50 times before. And because it does the standard thing like a lot of building games where, you know, it gives you better recipes, or you get, you know, overclocking or whatever, which means you have to redesign things or re-ratio things or what have you. Because you couldn't then just have a blueprint that did it for you, or just design it once, you know. It's just so tedious. And particularly the rail system in it is both like amazing, it looks so cool, but so annoying. And I don't know that buildy thing that they're going to use, I don't know that will actually let you build train blueprints. It looks like it's probably going to be too small. But even if it lets you just do, you know, like junctions or something like that. Oh, hello. Mace Jide. I'm afraid I've been ranting away. I didn't see your hello. Welcome. Depends on survival game, I guess, and how you choose to play it. My favourite survival game is Space Engineers, and can be automated a lot. Yeah, so I'm massively generalising there, and I know Ark and stuff, you can have forms of automation and those sorts of things, but it's just, for me, the balance It's like the, you know, I've been playing now. How long we've been going? I don't know. 2 hours. So we're at 2 hours, and you know, I'm more. Oh, I need to do more power, don't I? I never put those things down, but we're already, you know, automated a load of stuff. And say, obviously, I know, you know, not meaning in an arrogant way, but I know the game really well, particularly vanilla. So, you know, and I've got these blueprints and stuff like that. But that's kind of the point, you know. And I think when they do it, so for anyone who doesn't know, Satisfactory, basically the blueprints are coming in with the next update. And it's going live on the experimental branch on Tuesday. They're trying to do it like they always do so that they can get it into the main game before Christmas, basically. I say always do it, but you know, basically they want it in before Christmas, so that gives them, you know, a month or so to bug fix from experimental. What am I looking for? I'm looking for power. Okay. But yeah, so they're coming in. But the way you do it, the way you know build blueprints, the way you design them, is there's a special machine, like a blueprint designer, and it's a very limited square. So, in Factorio terms, it's like you can only build blueprints that are probably about that size. You could probably blueprint something like that, and that would be it. Now, that might sound restricting, but of course, in Satisfactory, you know, the scale is very, very different. You don't need... I mean, you know, this has got 100 and something furnaces in it, 120 furnaces in it. More than that, I think, actually. You know, that would be almost an entire base in Satisfactory, probably. So it's a different sort of scale again, but what they're trying to do is... they're clearly still trying to prevent you from blueprinting your entire base and just, you know, being able to just put it down. Which I think is fair enough. I think it sounds like they probably... I think it probably needs to be bigger so that you can do rail. Was my sort of gut reaction to it. But yeah, sort of a limited blueprinting system. And the way they've designed it, it's intended more for... So like this, like I've done, you know, this is a tileable blueprint. So, you know, you would blueprint this and then you just put it down a bunch of times. And I think that's fine. I think that's a good way for them to go. And it's clearly going to be like a later unlock. I'm pretty sure you're not going to get it like till tier 3 or 4 anyway. Which is, as you were saying, is kind of, you know, where it does start to get a bit tedious. Apologies, sorry. if you have absolutely no interest in Satisfactory, there's no worries. But I say I'd got to the point. I basically unlocked everything apart from doing the last what's it called, space elevator research, and it was getting to the point where I was like, the factory I need to build to do this in a practical amount of time is going to take another 200 hours. And it's all just laying down belts and, you know, yet more basic machines. You know, it doesn't introduce too many more technologies late game that you need like lots of or anything like that. So it's sort of just more and more of the same. I'd actually started speculating that perhaps they designed it for multiplayer, because it sort of felt like the sort of thing where, you know, one person could work on a steel foundry and one person could work on an iron rod factory or something. And it was like designed to be played in that way. Okay, so that'll get some coal. How are we doing with building stuff? Let's fill in. What are you moaning about? You're moaning about not having coal. Okay, let's fill that in. So that fills in that coal. Oops. Oh, I have not got a splitter. It's going to be quite a year, I think, for factory games next year, because the expansion for this based on what they were saying, you know, when they launched the Switch thing. I mean, I think they should launch it in early access again. I don't think they should wait until it's finished, which seems to be what they're implying. I can see why, because someone sort of mentioned that if they give too much information, then either people will, if it does end up being basically the same as SpaceX, then people will probably get a bit annoyed or whatever, or I don't know about annoyed, but you know, they'll be a bit sort of like, well, I'll just play SpaceX, you know, for free. And if it's something else, which would seem likely, you know, when you think about it, so to avoid that sort of problem, then someone would just build a mod that does it. Oh, I didn't put these in, did I? So, you know, the secretiveness or not saying anything makes sense from that point of view. Bing, bong, bing. But yeah, they mentioned that it's going to be a year or so from when the Switch version launched, I think, before Factorio comes out, which puts it at the Christmas next year. I think the Satisfactory team is gearing up to... let's do the military. So I can get some grenades. For it to be a release next year. I think that's what they're going for. And Dyson Sphere program, I think the combat update is coming this year. Kind of funny we talk about Satisfactory now, and I think it was yesterday. Watch Till the Beast, Satisfactory country just start a fresh Factorio. Might play together, both playing for the first time. Alright, okay. First time, crikey. Who was that then? So, I'm not that familiar with the Satisfactory streamers, I must admit. I know Bits. It's Bits. And Total Eclipse, or no, that's not his name, is it? Eclipse? I can't remember. So I'm not that familiar with them. I know it's a very popular game on stream, and I get, you know, it sort of works as a streaming thing because the game is very long and all that sort of stuff. But say for me, it's just too much grind, too much tedium. And I say I think maybe multiplayer would help a heck of a lot. Why are you not working? You're not working because you're not working because there's no green circuits. Why are there no green circuits? I thought I'd hooked that up. I have not hooked that up, have I? What's wrong here? Oh. Okay. In fact, can I put the other... No, I haven't got any things. In fact, it's not got an output either, is it? Ah, the wrong side. So it needs that. But yeah, I mean, and it looks good. It's one of the things that's Satisfactory. It's very pretty. Oh, Bits and Total Eclipse. Okay, so those two. They do really well for the first time playing for sure. Bits has played Factorio before. I know that. I don't know. I mean, I know it's not been for a very long time. Because he's actually started a YouTube series where he's actually saying it. I think probably you're talking, you know, before a lot of the stuff was in the game, so he is effectively a new player, but I don't think he's like totally a newbie. Saying that first, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't think he's particularly played it. It's one of the other things I find fascinating. Anyway, did I finish that thought? Basically, Dyson Sphere program, which is the other one. I prefer that, if I'm honest. That's, you know, what I was saying about. There's not very much coal coming in, is there, to that? Why is there no coal? Oh, because there's nothing on the other side. Okay, it's going to fix that then. But yeah, I sort of actually prefer Dyson Sphere program to Satisfactory. I don't think the end game is particularly interesting. The bit where you're meant to, you know, fill every star with a... The blueprinting there is almost too powerful. Because it is sort of like... Well, now you just turn up, you know, a couple of clicks and you've turned an entire planet into a factory. I think it's a bit too powerful, that system. It could do what it could do with on Dyson Sphere program is differently sized planets. I don't think they'll be able to do it because I think it would break how they've done the things. But I mean, there are differently sized planets because the gas giants are a lot bigger. But I think some of the land mass planets should be like tiny and stuff like that, so that it forces you to build in new designs and stuff like that. But so I'm not sure they can do that. But yeah, that's got its combat update coming, and they delayed that. Actually, I think that was meant to be out end of this year, but I think I'm going to pop a balancer on this actually. Can I fit one in there? Yeah, probably. Oh, wrong booklet. So we get that in there. And then a bit messy, but there. Oh, did I not pick them up? Guess not. And then put that there. I think Factorio is the best of the three. I find the second better to work with in this kind of game. Oh, the 2D better to work. Yeah. I mean, as I said it earlier on, it's my favourite game of all time. And yeah, it's sort of. I get why people. I mean, I really like the graphics. I don't think it's pretty game in the sense of, something like Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere Program are pretty games. But it's a consistent aesthetic, is what I would say. It's it's that dirt. It's diesel punk. That dirty, industrial thing is what it's going for, and it hits it perfectly. And being an old fart, it reminds me a lot of games from when I was a kid. In that style. But let's get rid of this blooming copper. Right. So, shall I pull you lot up? Or shall I just keep going for a little bit? Let's grab that. I'm just aware I've not restocked the science for quite a while. Did I leave it building? I don't think I left it building mining drills, did I? No, I didn't. So let's get it building those two now that this... Oh. In fact, if I... No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Because you've not got access to green circuits, have you? So I'm trying to switch now to doing much less manual stuff and use the actual machines, but I guess if I just need to fill in shortfalls, so because these won't make anything until they get green circuits. I didn't pick them up. No, I thought I'd set one being made, but I have. No, ain't got anything, have I? Ain't got nothing. Ain't got nothing, mate. No. What is this weird mod? Feels nostalgic. Hello, Solburn. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is what we call vanilla. It's a delicious, but some would say fairly normal flavour. How you doing? Oh, title typo. You're kidding. What have I done? Oh, have I misspelled vanilla? I bet I've misspelled vanilla, haven't I? Oh, no, tasty. I can edit that on the fly, can't I? There's an example of me. There we go, tasty. Tasty. It is tasty though. Have I spelled vanilla right? Yeah. Let's tweet that then. Thank you for the spot. How are you doing anyway? You getting okay? Now I've got to rearrange all my things. No, that's wrong. I bet the game's gone down as well. Vanilla's right, cool. Sometimes wonder whether I'm not dyslexic. It's... What's going... Oh no, it's okay. There's a missing power pole, that's what's confusing me. Are we still not had a biter attack? We haven't, have we? I'm stunned. I guess these trees are so dense that it's just not doing it. But, you know, I'd have thought we'd have had pollution going that way, but guess not. Weird. I tested this out a while back, and I was literally... But, you know, by the time I'd built this, like, array of burner things, I was getting, like, attacks every, 10 minutes, basically. Interesting. Right, so we need to stock up the science, because it's clearly stopped. Oh no. Also, doesn't have the recipe, does it? Because I researched that much later. Right, let's stock it up anyway. No. Oh. I spotted that and then I didn't do anything about it. It's because it's on caps lock. Because I've accidentally hit it while I've been playing. That's the vanilla. It's still on caps lock. There we go. Silly bugger I am. What are you saying there? So, vanilla, I do. So, struggling with C block, blimey. So no one is confused about the T. You're playing with blueprints from before. Yes, I am. Yes. So I'm not sure. So I'm not sure this is going to be a series or anything. I was saying earlier on that the kind of having had a pause to move house, basically. I'm testing out my new setup. Not that it's new machinery or anything. It's just having unplugged and plugged everything in. I don't know that I've got it all correct. So that's mostly what I'm testing. But also they're doing blueprints in Satisfactory. So this is more a sort of a test. Trying to get back into the swing of things. So that next week I'm going to... I don't know if the entire stream will just be me messing about with blueprints. Probably is my suspicion. But then I'll start a new game, is my intention. Because I don't fancy tearing everything down. 21 electric miner drills. Now, why have you not made... Oh, you have, but you've got nowhere to put them. But yeah, so... It's not... I'm not ramping up my schedule particularly yet. So I'm not doing multiple streams a week or anything for quite a while. But certainly next week... I want to try that out. See how the blueprints work, because it comes out on Tuesday. But yeah, so I've been testing the blueprints a few times, and there is an edit I need to make to them as the world's loudest motorbike drives past. But yeah, they work really well actually. They do produce, as I say, a lot of pollution. So, oh, you're done. So depending on trees and whether it's desert and things like that, you can get attacks quite quick. But yeah, they work quite well. Oh. Speaking of biters, did you see that guy that cleared vanilla default settings without killing anything? No biters and not even trees. Wow, no, I had not seen that. How? Slow playing, efficiency modules, solar and keeping trees alive. So it's only base off once in a while and go after AFK for 30 minutes. Maybe it took him 27 hours, crikey. I mean, for someone who, presumably knows the game really well, that's quite a long playthrough, and if he's using blueprints and stuff. But Wow, no, I hadn't really considered not killing trees. I mean, trees are the real enemy, so you've got to kill your trees. But I had seen, I don't know, it doesn't stream. In fact, he never streamed. He used to do YouTube videos. But what was his name? He did famously Factory Town and what was his name? Bentham. He did a series where I think he called it Living with Biters or something, where basically he didn't. I think he did, you know, clear biters out when he absolutely had to, but basically, you know, it was unpeaceful. But yeah, he did a series where he was sort of trying to work around the biter bases. So I don't think he streams it. Oh, does videos anymore? Certainly not Factorio anyway. Right. Let's fill in what we can here. We're going to get some bits. I don't need that, do I? Let's build that. So, I think I've run out of... Oh no, got a few inserters. And there. In fact, I didn't set a science today. Let's do... gates, maybe? No, let's do landfill. Right. Yeah, I wouldn't want to try and do a playthrough like that. That'd get quite annoying, I think. Maybe it'd be a new speedrun category. Although that's quite a session to do a speedrun on 27 hours. There. Okay, let's get some more bits then. Yeah, it's fast for doing it. 27 doing it like that. Yeah, I must say, it's right. So machines, belts, bits. Why have you not made anything? Oh, because you're getting pathetic input. We've got a couple of labs. Excellent. We did there. Bunch of long-handed, and you're just not getting anything. Okay. What else can I fill in that would be useful here? So we got the guns and ammo. I didn't pick up any yellows, did I? Because it's not made any. Oh, power poles now. There is a thing making power poles, so why didn't I fill that in? Right, let's make boxes. Oops. No. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Right, so that's got that. So I need to dump a load of wood in there. We'll leave the lights bit for now. Let's not bother with the thing, but probably want some turrets making. I usually, so having played the game a lot, I always sort of still maintain a heavy or healthy level of paranoia about the biters. You think I'd have learnt by now that they're not, you know, they're not that much of a threat early game, really. Right, so we want that there. Put the power things in. What have I got? It's green circuits, isn't it? That's the problem at the moment. How many miners have I got? 29. How do you make blueprints, by the way, in a creative world? Yes, so you can get... They introduced the editor into default, you know, normal Factorio. But I forgot I haven't made any of that. And so a lot of people use that, and it seems to work really well. I'm not very familiar with it because I've tended to use... There's literally a mod called Creative Mode. Why are you not running? Because you've not got iron plate. Okay. So I tend to use that to do all my designs. I think a lot of what's in the editor, or some of the stuff in the editor, they've kind of copied from the Creative Mode mod. But yeah, the series that I'm doing, and I will revive all my series, you know, I'll keep going with them. It should have made power bars for me now. Have you got power bars for me? Yes, there we go. But yeah, that series is done in creative mode. And what I've been doing occasionally is like jumping into a regular, normal, you know, map and testing out the blueprints basically. And that's the... Crikey. Someone's just murdered a small child outside. That's what one of the videos or the VOD basically that people have been searching for and finding is where I'm testing out the blueprints. I say it's been quite fascinating watching the stats on it with the Switch version coming out, because there was like an explosion of people searching for and finding that VOD. I mean, they didn't really watch it because it's a 3-hour live stream, so I'm not that sure too many people are interested. But clearly, if people are interested in finding blueprints, okay. What am I looking for? So grab them. Grab them. Can we make that? Yeah. Over 200 ammos. We have some walls. We also have some assemblers, but we don't have any drills. Okay. Let's go and boost up everything there. Did I make... Let's have a think. So... Yeah, okay. Let's put the power ones in. And see if it'll maybe make one or two. But yes, creative world for designing the blueprints, and then just regular world for testing them out. I really quite enjoy working in the creative. I say you can do it with the editor, which is just literally you bring up the console command. I won't do it because sometimes the stream goes a bit weird if I do it. But if you hit the tilde key, the one next to the number 1, that brings up your console commands, and you literally just type. Is it /editor? I think, or is it? Might be editor then. No, it must be /editor, and it'll just switch it into that. Or no, is it editor equals true? It's on the wiki basically. If you look up on the wiki, I always forget how to do commands in this. But yeah, it's in there. Oops. And it has, I believe it has basically all the same functionality, but I'm just less familiar with it. Okay. Why are you not working? Because you need pipes. I didn't put pipes on, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay. Right, let's put these mining drills on. I hope you won't run out of power, thank you. Work up the command later on. Yeah, cool. Well, we might not be able to post it because it might filter it out, but I don't know if anyone else watching this knows the command offhand. Let's pull this up. Let's live dangerously. Oh, it's the intention. I mean, I want to make the blueprints available, but kind of once I'm happy that they're finished, if that makes sense. I could make them available. I mean, I could always make them available and update them and stuff like that on a Google Drive, but I'm a bit rubbish when it comes to admin. So I'd probably put them on there and then completely forget to update them for years. Lighting. Yeah, intention is to make them available. I do have a Discord. If you wanted to, that was one of the ways I was going to try and distribute them, but that my aim of the Discord is to do multiplayer. I'd quite like to do some multiplayer games. Also, just realised I've never finished the thought I started earlier, which is that I think I'm going to start streaming on YouTube as well. But streaming, I'm going to use the word adult, but I don't mean adult as in that sort of adult, as in, you know, 18 rated games basically, because I quite like this channel to be, and I don't really know what phrase to use best, but clean, so, you know, all ages basically, especially the types of games that I stream with, because, you know, building and management games are pretty much, unless they're trying to be edgy and it's, you know, some management of some, you know, oh, let's go underground. You know, like a drugs facility or something, management game, or, you know, something like that. They're generally, you know, E for everyone. But I do play, you know, I play all sorts of games basically, so. Do I want to put more on that, or do I want some more stone? Stone's kind of fine, isn't it? Maybe a bit more coal instead. But yeah, so my thought actually was to do it as, so Saturday, I think I'm going to try and do like later and longer streams than I used to, but do like fewer of them. So like this, the Saturday, you know, do a sort of a good session into the night, and almost do like an after hours stream, like Dr. Doof does. So we could get more iron on that belt, couldn't we? And maybe crack open a bevy. Over on YouTube, so maybe do a stream. No, I've run out, haven't I? Till sort of 9 o'clock or something, and then say. So normally about a pint. Right. I'll play some, play something else. I'd quite like to stream through Red Dead 2. It's one of my favourite games of all time, that, but I couldn't do it, so I couldn't play it on this, and the audience would be very different, I think. Right, so we've actually got yellow inserters, look. Crikey. And some 8 blue ones. Marvellous, marvellous. Now have we got 2 more splitters? Look at that. Treating ourselves. I keep picking these up. I don't need any more of them, do I? Let's do that. But I think that'll be a while. I'm not going to do that anytime soon. I need to get back into it properly. So, how are we doing? Oh yeah, I thought we were. Now, you've not made any of them, have you? Because you're not getting pipes still for some reason. Right, let's pause science for a little while. Try and slow the power drain on that. And this all needs hooking up. So it's made pipes, okay. It's made gears. But it's out of iron plate. Okay, I'm going to have to do it manually, aren't I? Right, let's put one more of them then. Let's grab that iron plate. 2 of them. Again, no biters. Okay. Don't think that'll... Yeah, so it's still peaking, shall we say. I won't fill this in then. Is that all stopped? That's all stopped, isn't it? Because that would just be another power draw. Probably want to double what we've got there, I would think. Make that landfill. Now, so our iron ore is backed up, so we can start building this up a bit more. Okay. And then 12 left. Okay, let's leave that for the time being. Now, I never filled these in. What I could do is switch the priority on that. That'll push more down to gears and pipes. And green chips. Don't have a problem with copper. Have I got enough steel? Oh, loads of steel. Let's make ourselves a little heavy armour then. Awesome. I never put those in. There's one missing here, isn't there? So that's a little error in the blueprint. Right, so iron's all backed up. Steel, stone, brick is fine. Yeah, okay. Let's go round and see what we can get. Them. Should I put these in? I think I might add in... Oh. Huh. Let's make some boxes. How many pebbles have I got? Okay. Let's leave that for the time being. I need to restamp this, don't I? Because I've had a couple of extra recipes complete. So 6 mining drills. Okay, that should take us up here to a full stack. That's great. Ah, here we go. Let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then... Oh, okay. Okay. Why is that inserter the wrong way around? It's got extras on it because these are so... It's a ridiculous amount of gears and stuff for such an early game machine. Oh, I'm rather happy with the Kickstart base I run now, except one thing. It was built without taking into account the steel items, and after adding steel items it looks so messy. So I kind of want to play around with a redesign that includes that. Yeah, I say it is sort of... I mean, part of this base, a lot of it's quite slow. Because it's mostly yellow inserters, and obviously the number of green chips is tiny and all this sort of stuff. But partly that's because when you upgrade some of it, or do selective upgrading, it works a lot better. But also it's literally just meant to build a little bit of everything. It's also weirdly backwards as well because of how I did it. I focused on the defensive stuff, and that's like technically that's sort of first in line, if you see what I mean. But I always end up then building the belts and the inserters, and they're at the end. But I say, I think it looks quite cool, so, or reasonably cool. So I sort of kind of left it for that reason, really. But we've now got stacked up gear wheels. And have we finally made 6 of those. We need 2 more. No, we need. Well, depends how many I want to put in. But yeah, pipes are getting used up by them, aren't they? Okay. Let's go and beef up the power. But yeah, it's sort of it's one of the things I quite like about starter bases in general that I've seen. They sort of build themselves in a sense. They build the material to build what you need, as it were. Let's start the other side. And so you have sort of that thing of, well, what do you actually build, and by hand, and what do you automate, and when. Okay, I can put another one in. Oh. Put them in. Did I? No, I didn't. Can I build? Yeah, I can hand build 2 of them. Let's put these power piles in while that chunks through. Cool. One of the things I have sort of tried to maintain, I ended up not doing it with the things, but I tend to try and put the power poles in line. So, because a lot of designs, and it's not meant as a criticism as such, but you get this double siding thing, and you end up with this absolute chaos of wires. And so I always tend to, designs I always sort of ended up using generally is things more like this, I say, because you only need 1 set of power poles to cover the whole thing, and you can do the same with, let's just use the thing. So you can do that, and then obviously repeat that. Add infinitum. It means you can't do that thing where you just hold it down and build them all in a row, but so I tend to prefer that approach, and it also works well for assemblers. Obviously, one further apart. Oops. Because this is how, before I had my sort of starter base, or obviously, whatever. But I tended to I'd make a small amount, it was almost like a dynamic starter base, where I would just keep adding more and more stuff. And you need sort of, well, it depends how you want to do it, obviously, but you tend to end up needing multiple rows, and then you have sort of, undergrounding around it and things like that. So, to get things in and what have you. But I say, that's usually what I would do. And the trouble is, it's very slow, and you're sort of building it new each time, so it's not really blueprintable because of how you end up doing it. Don't agree with the power piles. Oh, I forget that spacing. I always regret it later. I still haven't really got any inserters, have I? Let's see if it's actually made some. It's coming up to 9 o'clock. Yeah, you see. Not really. I could go and steal them out of a thing, didn't I? So if I take a bunch of iron, a bit of copper. Are we not making? Of course, we're not making iron because we've not got the inserters. Let's steal it out. there then. Yeah. Just steal it off the row. How are we doing with power? Can we restart sites? Yeah, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Let's do military. Okay, let's take these and then top this back up properly. Like so. Pop that in. Now, have you got anything? You have. Okay. So obviously I could still fill this out. In fact, let's put the labs on. There's kind of no point because I've not got the stuff to fill in. I will just put those on there. Like that. No, actually, go on. Let's fill it out, even though I can't run it. That there. Get the power up so it stops flashing at me. That's missing. Okay, let's put a little bit of ammo each. In fact, let's just do that. In fact, I'm not sure I put any ammo in these boxes, did I? Not these ones. I think I'll play until the sort of Kickstarter base is done. That one's flashing, it's not quite an inserter, is it? There we go. Which won't be long, but half an hour or so. But I was only going to stream till 9 or so. How are we doing? Oops. I had chests that hold a few stacks of each production line, like gears, green seconds on, so I can easily grab what I need to emergently handcraft a few things. Yeah, so there it is actually. It's got some of those. So that's the steel one, for example. I've just not put them in. So there's one here for copper. And then, where's the stone one? Don't know where the stone one is. But that's part. It's why this kinks back on itself. Because if you think about it, this could just join on. Oh, that's missing the thing. It could just attach itself there. But the reason it goes around the back is because it then avoids having to use filter inserters. But it's only a small stack on it, basically. I was just being lazy and not putting them in, basically. Probably better filling in that one. Oops. Like so. And we're out again. Oh, the heavy is filter inserts. Yeah, they're quite a bit of a niche case, but they're quite powerful, actually. Especially the, like the normal ones, as it were. They're because there's stack filter inserters as well, and they're particularly useful for trains when you're moving lots of things around on in different, in the same carriages, basically. But the filter inserters, you can do multiple in filters, multiple filters on the same one, so it can be quite useful, actually. But yeah, they're a bit of an edge case, really. Let's do what? Let's do that. Because I'm sure we'll need lots more bricks at some point. Okay, can we top up? We know we've got a ridiculous number of them already. Let's grab them. 10 splitters. The luxury. Okay, let's leave them. Now, assembly machines. Let's get a full stack. Miners. Okay, so still can't actually build any inserters. Still not, building them quickly enough. Okay. So I think that's all the iron going. So if we grab a load of iron here, and a load of copper here. Oh, not got a load, but whatever we've got. Oops. Yeah. Then we can go and fill up the science. We can also have a slightly... Oh! Starting to get close. Okay. Yeah, so if we get science going, full chat. Get that topped up. That topped up. And let's fill you up with 4. Up to 8. 3. Cool. Now. 2 to 1 again. And we're out of copper. Okay. We can put some in there. Like so. What did we need? We needed copper, but also iron. Okay. Right, we can flip this back again. No? Yeah, that's right. Because that's only meant to be as like a little bit of a top up if that's full. But I just needed it to fill up this so we could back up the green circuits. Where's the box for the green circuits? Oh, it's down here, isn't it? There. Because it's iron they've not got particularly. It's interesting. That's now coming in though. Awesome. Right, so we want copper. Is that seriously all the copper we've got? Okay, let's fill out these here. And then I guess I'm going to have to make them, won't I? Yeah, you see these need to go up to steel furnaces. But it provides, plenty to do the basics. So it then gets a bit swamped, so we're not. 200 shot shells. We've not made a single repair pack. Why not? Because I didn't put those in. There's no wood in there, but I haven't picked any up for a while. Let's do the rest of these. Did I research power poles? No, I didn't. Okay. And there. Oh, you've not got power. Okay. So I need to restamp this, don't I? Let's oh, look. Certus. Right, so. Kick, smelt. Kickfall, there we go. Pop this back down. Oh, it did make a lot of difference. Okay. Let's get the old Home for long ago. Lights. Tend to try and put a light by a box so that there's sort of a quick way of seeing where the boxes are. Now, I did the recipe and I never set the grenades on the go. Oh, did I not do gates? That's meant to be gates now. Okay. In fact, can I fill it all in? Pretty much. Have I got yellows yet? Have I got yellows? Yeah. Now we're cooking on gas. More lights, please. Oops. Why are you not connected? There. Nearly there. Missed that one. And that one. And that one. Lights in. Lit up like a Christmas tree. Why have you not made any grenades? What are you doing? Oh, there we go. Does everything have a light? Cool, okay. I think all of that machines are now in. Is everything in up here? No, it isn't. So it's sort of copper. I think that's everything in. We're not, however, meeting our iron. That's because we're not actually filling this, are we? So put that there. So here. Okay. It's not quite full. We put another one on. Several on. Yeah. Okay. So I did it. It did not add steamers and boilers to make it start base. Those are just handcrafted. Yeah. Because I tend to rely on steam for quite a while. But I put them in. So that's... But yeah, they're sort of quite optional, I think. Just sneak. Things. It's not quite properly full, so I won't quite be getting to the end, but then it doesn't actually need to be full. As you can see, it sort of backs up here, so it's fine, I think. That's fine, it will do. Okay. How are we doing? 47 of them. Is that my last shotty? Yeah. Repair packs. Radar. Don't have any wood. Okay. Lights. Full stack of lights. It seems to be taking a while, which suggests I've probably run out of resources, or it's just we're getting to that stage where we could do with a lab upgrade. So let's top all of these off. Put the wrong thing in, because I'm an idiot. Oh, fine, I've got 50 of them. Of them. Is this broken? Oh, it's gears it's waiting on now. Okay. I guess that's, yeah, it's because this is like super stacked. But yeah, I would sort of normally, or I would often end up with like 2 sets of steam power system before, you know, really moving to solar basically, because basically the bot base would still run on coal basically as well. What about belts? I was saying earlier, to me these icons look different, and I don't know if that's just because I've gotten used to like the modded ones maybe, I don't know, but I don't know if they tweaked this model recently, but it looks different to me. More sort of sharp in its definition, if you see what I mean, more sort of firmer, and I wondered if it was a tweak to make it more readable on Switch. Top that one off. But also it could just be I've just gotten, you know, in my head what the old designs look like. Don't really need them. Get some bricks. I think they're right, they look different. Okay. Okay. Lots of ammo. Grenades! Oh, only 20. Could do with upgrading some of this to fast inserters. Where are they? Okay, let's get 50 of them. Make sure we've got a full stack of perfect, don't really need them. Cool, okay, so let's go and see if we can, oops, rob Peter to pay Paul and get ourselves so I mean it sort of stacks back. That. Right. Science. Oops. Somebody put a tree in the way there. Okay. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, because I didn't actually finish topping it up, did I? 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Now, do you need any more? No wonder it was going slower. The robot base also has its, like, you know, better versions of these, or more automated versions of these. You can kind of keep them going for quite a while, but yeah. In fact, let's fill in the walls. So I'm kind of amazed that we've not had any visits from the locals. I think they pop by, want to say hello, you know, meet the neighbours. rude, I guess. Cool. Okay. Not 100% certain. Been a lot of updates since I played last year. Yeah. Red and green science to make it start. Yeah. They're worth including because I mean, obviously, it's kind of it's very clever how they've designed it, really, because it's the idea is that the science that you do is meant to be almost like siphoning off from what you've been or need to build. So military science is meant to be timed such that it gives you grenades and AP ammo just at a point where, as I say, with a normal playthrough of normal levels of experience sort of thing, you'd still be. Here we go. You see, so we're not producing that quick enough, which is why we need the steel furnaces. But you would you'd be getting lots of attacks and what have you at that stage normally. So it almost directs you to build the thing you need next. Right. So what we also then need are power poles and blue assemblers. We'll do them first because they're nice and cheap. Yeah. What was I going to do? I was going to start putting in some of the defences while it just sort of chugs away. I've got grenades. I can start blowing my own base up. That. Cool. Oops. Okay. And then chuck a bunch in there. Chuck a bunch in there. So now. Fine. Kickstart base design, super interesting. There are many ways to do it. Yeah, I've seen loads. I think everyone eventually abandons things like perfect ratios and stuff because it's sort of pointless when you're just doing a Kickstarter. I had the most fun. I'll probably lay it down just to show you because I don't know that I might continue this, I don't know, but so next week it's definitely going to be, so it's Factory and I'm pretty sure I only did just the one stream again while I'm still finding my feet, and so that I don't spend all my time doing that rather than unpacking all the boxes that I've left sat in the other room. Okay, but yeah, I sort of prefer, I actually enjoyed most was the bot base. That was really good fun making that. It could really do with a bit of optimizing and a bit of tweaking, really. Even now, because I sort of built too much red and green science into it. Compared to the amount of the other sciences. Especially if you keep the other base going, you sort of don't really need red and green science until, everything else is really, rocking on. So let's do gates. What did we just do? We just did blue assemblers, didn't we? But we've got steel furnaces. Steel furnaces are something I don't really use very much of. They're pretty good from what I understand, but I don't know, I always just sort of move, very quickly to I do use them, like I say, they are in the blueprints, and the bot base will mostly be that sort of grade, or it will certainly use some steel furnaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I say I don't tend to. It's because they're one of the things you don't have any way of like recycling. A bit like burner inserters. You've no way of doing anything with burner inserters other than using them, you know, as a sort of a coal powery thing, but they're just rubbish. And not that I actually do it, but you know, in my head, you can convert every furnace to a boiler. I say not that I ever actually do that, but right, so that's that upgraded, and it's now not got enough copper. Okay. So let's go and fill out a bit more copper. Basically, double the output speed, great way of expanding production without expanding base. Yeah, they say they are good. I'm not, you know, saying it's a bad thing. And resource-wise, I think they're quite good value when you sort of properly look at it. But say I just always tend to push on to electric furnaces. Which is one of the reasons I keep coal power around for quite a while, because you know, electric furnaces are obviously quite power hungry. Cool. Don't think that's quite a full lane, but I don't think it needs to be. No, half a lane's fine. Okay. The stone brick is backed up, so we've not got any problems there. We're going to need to upgrade some of these inserters though. Having put that on, because they're twice as fast, so you need faster inserters usually. Well, not for the coal, but I'll just do it anyway. I did make blue assemblers, but I don't have any green chips. Okay. Don't design with blue silver, but use it as a band-aid to improve output. Yeah. What crafting speed is the electric furnace? I think it's the same as the... oh, now you're asking. I think it is crafting speed too. I don't think it's faster, but it does have modules. So you can put modules, and it's affected by beacons. So, you know, that's why I tend to, you know, push on towards them. And generally speaking, it's then a final design. But actually, if you're not using them, they're like bigger. So basically, a steel furnace. Can I lay this down? Let's use that. So it's that big. So it's a 3x3 rather than a 2x2. So actually, my designs for my blueprints are updatable. So my smelting arrays. Where are you? There you go. So this is. Where's it gone? There it is. So that's like the stone furnace. Because to do the bot base, you need to build these, you see. You need to have like a proper smelting line in. But it's partly that thing, as I say, where I use that design. But this gap and that power pole means that it's, in theory, expandable. I always do it, but then I never really actually... not expandable, upgradable. But that's then the steel furnace version. So obviously it uses red belt. And then the electric furnace version, well, version 1 without any things on, is this one. And you see it fits in the same footprint. So you basically, you delete the coal lines and replace them with those power poles. And then it fits in the same footprint. And it does that because there's that extra gap. There's that one extra tile gap. But then there's also an upgraded version, upgraded further, which is this one, which has then got beacons on it. It's got enough beacons to produce the amount of output I want, so it's not full on 12 or 8 beacon version, but so that's the idea. So I'm pretty sure electric furnaces are crafting speed too. As well, so they're not any faster, but you can put modules in them, and they are affected by beacons. What was I doing? Got carried away again, didn't I? I was putting in the defences while we wait for things to happen. Did I do... I think the two things I did don't matter, do they? For this, they're not actually... Yeah, they're not new things. Okay. And we're doing gates. Right. I might bump that up. Oh, I was upgrading inserters, wasn't I? Okay. Now, what else needs more? So we need faster here. Like that. This probably needs fast, well, more. Because they're quite quick. Do I care about grenades? Probably not. That's all fine. Still haven't picked any wood up. Haven't done power piles yet. That's all fine. Cool, okay. Yeah. Okay. Guess I could put... We'll make sure there's enough stuff in. I kind of, I say, at the point where I was thinking, yeah, probably end today's stream, because this is pretty much built. Kind of amazed I've not been attacked, like at all. We could go and annoy the biters, just for the sake of it. One of the things with the floor is it's a bit of a pain when you're building because it's very distracting, but obviously it makes you a lot quicker, but it makes it look really awesome as well. And really I'd sort of leave it until I got bots, because these got roboports in them, so the bots will lay down all the floor and it sort of leaves these really cool looking bases. Because the idea, I mean, obviously, eventually you probably want to get rid of them. But you can kind of just leave these bases here until, because the next step is a bus, basically. The other, this is a little garage for a car. So I mean, so it's not meant as the most ultra efficient. I don't actually. Efficiency is great, and you know, it's the most fun thing for you, then, you know, play that way. But for me, I quite like cool looking stuff as well. So I got a series, again, I will revive all these series, but I've got a series where I'm called Aesthetic Factorio, where I'm using all sorts of minor mods, like Factorio and stuff, to try and make really cool looking bases. And they're not efficient, but there's like harbour, because I got the boats mod on it, and they look really cool. It's got carried away with it a bit. I think I've ended up with a stage where, because the idea was to do it and actually do it, as in play the game properly, but I ended up realising that it was just going to be impractical to clear out the space I needed, so I flipped it into creative mode. But it means I've now got no biters to defend against, so I would like to usually build cool looking defences particularly, and there's no one to defend against. So I'm a bit pointless. But yeah. So I kind of think of my start base as my early fort as well, and I do like to leave them and have them look nice. Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people, they do quite cool things with the ship. You know, they put lights around it and stuff like that, and the crash, the crash. Never quite gone that far, but yeah. Isn't it meant to be something from StarCraft, where it's like a secret nod to, almost like, I don't know about an Easter egg, but isn't it like meant to be one of the scout ships in StarCraft or something? I don't know if I've ever really looked it up. I couldn't honestly tell you how long ago I last played a game of StarCraft. Right. Am I... That's a bit more iron. Have to get. Oh, have I missed some? Is there some gears? Did you say? I said at the beginning, I'm rubbish at picking up because these have like 3 bits and pieces in. I'm rubbish at remembering to do it. I see. You're saying you put some in. I'll leave the ship too. Big section, wall it off and stuff. Yeah. I have some gear there since it's where you respawn should you die, like experiment and stuff and so on. Yeah. I mean, so having ranted earlier on about not really liking survival games, I do kind of like some of them, and I don't know if you know Don't Starve. It's the one that looks like a Tim Burton. You know, it's the sort of game that Tim Burton would kind of make in the sense of aesthetics, that always, because it has several ways of like safeguards, as it were, for when you die, you can kind of revive yourself and stuff. And that was always the thing I would forget, because you set these things up, to recover or to respawn, basically, because you make like a meat statue of yourself, and I would always forget to put stuff in, and inevitably the Deerclops would turn up in winter and kill me basically straight away, and then I'd respawn at some, because in that game you want it far away. You want to put your respawn point far away from your base, because you might have got killed by the hounds or Deerclops or something, and so you don't want to respawn right where the thing that killed you is. So you'd put it somewhere else, and I'd forget to fill a chest with warm clothes and stuff, and of course Deerclops is in winter and he'd turn up, kill me, and I wouldn't be able to get back to my base, and I'd end up dying again, because you can do it several times, and so you get into this feedback loop of just dying over and over again as you try and run back to your base. But yeah, it's a good idea to put some stuff in your ship to respawn. I don't normally bother, because so I don't tend to die in a bad way, as it were. I mean, not like I'm saying I wouldn't die, it's just fairly capable of recovering, build another tank and go on flatten the biters type of thing. Right, so that's all the science topped up. Which one did we just research? Does it let me build something else? So I put all the walls down. Was it gates? Did we just do gates? We did, cool. Okay, let's plop that down. In fact, it's just this one. Actually, get that one there. Cool. Let's grab some more ammo. Is our neat statue of all things. Probably that habit from playing survival games, yeah. It's good. I mean, Don't Starve is good. I mean, I say, it's just a general thing with a lot of survival games that are of that ilk of you spend your entire time punching trees, But Don't Starve is very weird. There's a lot of weird stuff to it. Like they did an expansion where, because there are these like pigmen in the game, and they did a whole expansion where they made villages for the pigmen, and there's like this like emperor pig basically, and you like give him things and he farts out gold nuggets and stuff. It's suitably silly in that way. So developer, I'd love NoClip to do a documentary on. They've done a lot of really good games. Clay. A lot of them sort of fly under the radar. They're sort of not mainstream popular. So I'd love, like, say, a no-clip documentary would be quite fascinating, I think. Right. See, there's something weird here. I think I've messed something up somewhere, because these, I don't know why I've got these power poles. I've spotted this before and I was like, so why are there power poles there? Because they're not connected to anything. So I think I've messed something up somewhere in my blueprint, because you need that extra one to connect them. I'll have to try and work out what it is, because there is like an upgraded version somewhere. You know, for when... Oops. When you put the upgrades in, and you can plop it down on top then. Right, so I need ammo. I'm just putting a random amount in, it needs topping up properly once it's all done, but let's just get a few in case the neighbours do come a-calling. Oops. Should have made some gates. Oh, got something there, cool. Where were the gates? There they are. I think I'm going to have to end at 10, not least of all because I need to loot. But see how far we can get. Getting all these, because all the machines are in now. It's just unlocking the recipes. If I hadn't made that error with the power, we'd probably be there. Oops. Okay. Let's go get some more ammo actually first. In fact, did I do that? I don't think I did the lab speed, did I? Grab that. What was I going to get? Ammo. Oh, I didn't put that gate in. Yeah, so I say, trying to get back up to speed with streaming. It'll be a while, because I can't lose sight of the fact that I'm paying for a storage unit, so I don't want to keep that going too long. So I do need to focus on getting my SAF all sorted out and moved over. So I won't be doing multi-day streams for a while. Oh. But yeah, over the next few weeks, hopefully by Christmas maybe, I'll be back up to speed. I don't think I'm doing anything particular for Christmas, so I might do a few streams then. But yeah, intention is to do a sort of a mixed set where I perhaps play Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere program. It's going to be an exciting year, as I was saying earlier, I think, for building games with Factorio expansion. I'm pretty sure version 1.0 for Satisfactory is targeted for next year. That's just a guess, I don't know, obviously. I'm no big influence or anything, but I get that feeling. That's what they're going for. See, we're done here now. Oh, I guess I could fill out the stuff on the other one at the top. Put the gates in. But yeah, to sort of mix it up and sort of do other games, as it were. Ones that are more or mature rated, I guess. Might be a better way of putting it, rather than adult. But, you know. Say, I'd love to 100% Red Dead. I've never actually quite achieved it because it's really quite annoying in places, particularly the gambling. The gambling is just like entirely RNG based in a lot of it. Well, that didn't take long. Pop in again, sure. If I see you around, I will have a look at your YouTube as well. Yeah, thanks for. I say, there's no like pressure. I don't. I'm not, a big streamer or anything like that. I will, I'm not trying to do it as a career or anything. It's just really a bit of fun I do. So if you're out, then I'd love to see you again. And I say, if there's anyone watching, thanks for the raid that was earlier on again. Usually seem to be quite chill with these. But say I'd probably, on the YouTube one, make it more a greater range of games. And say maybe have a few bevies, because that's what I'm going to do. In 10 minutes or so, crack open a beer. Okay. So yeah, I probably should have done the lab research speed earlier because we'd be a lot quicker then. But basically, what's left for the... How much? Oh, it's only 100, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is only 50, isn't it? Oh, no, that's 100. But yeah, it's basically these three is what I'd need to do before tackling the bot base. I guess I could pop it down. And so you can have a look at that one. I say, I think I'll probably knock it on the head here for tonight. So where would I end up putting this? I would probably, because there's oil here, you see. Is there oil anywhere? Oh, there's oil up there as well. That's interesting. Oh, look, I think we are just starting to annoy the biters. Are we? No. Very soon, though. It's taken ages. Yeah, so the bot base... That one there. Oh, got one thing. Which is the bot base? There's the bot base. Right. This is the bot base. Now, it's very same sort of idea. Oh, that's the upgraded version. There's the upgraded version. So this is the one. So once you've got, because it includes some upgrade planners, I think, somewhere. I've forgotten how to use my own blueprints. But there's some upgrade planners basically. There you go. So that like upgrades all the power poles and stuff. Because once you've got bots, of course, a lot of upgrading becomes simple. And then you need to be able to stamp it down on top again. To apply recipes, and there's like bigger limits on some of the chests and upgrades on some of the inserters and stuff, but that's the upgraded version. So where's the actual, so this is the actual bot base. So the idea would be I would build some actual smelting arrays, so it's not just randomly feeding in what you've got, it's some actual like full-scale smelting, with potentially the idea, if you can plan it out and you've got the impetus to do, the sort of time and willpower to do so, that you would then, it's all blue inserters, blue assemblers and stuff. But you would then basically, these feed-ins here would be proper smelting arrays, and you could potentially try and set it up depending on, say, what you're feeling like, how you've been doing, whether you've got cliffs and all that sort of stuff, where the biters are, whether you're getting attacked, all of that sort of thing. But you could try and plan out, for example, this would be quite a good area to do a big scale smelting, because the idea of how I do buses is basically like an L shape, and where you have all of your train stations along here, for example. You say do it in any direction you want, but you'd have all the train stations along here dropping stuff off. Above that, then you have big smelting arrays, just all of your smelting, and then it does a dog leg, so it's an L shape, and then the bus would run up basically. And there's a whole load of all the bus builds in here basically. So all the actual structure for the bus, but then also the actual oil builds for the bus and circuit builds for the bus, and then all of the stuff you need. So all the sciences at the various levels. So yellow belt, red belt, blue belt type of thing. And say that's all then laid out. Bing bong bing. And you can do that. Ooh. Using all those blueprints. Excuse me. But in theory, you could potentially lay down your smelting in the final position. So you could put your smelting array here that you're using for the bot base, and the bot base maybe is there, and the smelting's there, for example, and say it's why you need to do it on spec, because it probably wouldn't work very well there, and you end up relocating there. But in theory, your smelters, because of the upgradable nature of them, you could then, just keep them, and you just permanently use that. So that's your smelting. So this is the bot base. So it's the same idea again, but it's all self-contained again. So you feed in, so this is a full, and this is where I would use the steel furnaces, because I would just do one steel furnace array, and then split it down into 2 yellow belts. But then you've got a full copper belt, which is actually a half side of steel. And I think a half side of copper's fine, but it works with both. And then it actually makes the circuits and stuff it needs again. So you don't have to feed any of, you don't have to have offshoots from here or anything like that. And it's got all of the chemical stuff that you need at the top there, and say it's got the labs and your military science, your red and green. And so this is what I was saying about I built it too big, so it could probably do with, there's a lot of space where I've gone, well actually I don't need 4 red beakers and 4 green beakers, because this isn't quick enough. But yeah, so that's the bot base. So there we go. I didn't even start the next research, did I? Let's put that on. This I kind of want to be able to get some chemicals going, just to get the cliff explosives to make the room for your main bus. We'll need to to make a tiny build to get some cliff explosives going. Cliffs is my biggest enemy. Yeah, I honestly, I wanted to do this completely vanilla, just it's like another practice run really or testing run of my blueprints, my starter bases, etc. But I generally don't actually play with cliffs on. I really love the look of them. I think they look awesome. I think it's really nice art, and it really, even for just a flat thing, it does look really, like a cliff, and it, your brain sort of makes that look like it's, an angle, and that sort of you're going uphill type of thing. But in terms of what they actually are, I just find them to be in the way all the time. And as I was saying earlier, I think the way they've tried to do it with the cliffs, because this is like more cliffs than you'll have anywhere else, but it's to try and create choke points for you so you can just defend the gaps. But you see this, and this is just the default vanilla settings. This isn't really defendable. You could put walls in and stuff to make it a bit more consistent, but it's not really actually all that helpful because of the shape of it. You'd use quite a lot of wall if you were trying to fill it in with wall anyway. Certainly compared to just drawing a line of wall. It's not going to save you a lot of wall. And if you're creating choke points for the biters, well, look at this. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I guess 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different ways for biters to get in. And if you look at the turret radius, well, it's not really saving anything because you just have 1, 2, 3, 4 turrets and you're done. So, and it's just that thing of it doesn't quite do what I think they probably hoped it would do, and actually it just becomes annoying. So yeah, I wouldn't typically play with cliffs on, but I do think they look good. Spatial base is really too small as well, as if you don't want to wing your builds every time. Yeah. Yeah, say that sort of empty area that it fit. And in fact, there were several. It's one of the reasons I picked I'd already picked the seed because a lot of the bases it puts like this. This is quite close to that cliff. How are we doing on this? Okay. And it sometimes puts them in the cliffs and stuff, and it becomes then quite annoying to get miners in there. So yeah, I was quite excited and I liked them when they came in, but then in practice it's like, actually that's not great. Oh well, one of them things. So that done. What else could I do? I guess I could pick these up. This. Oh. From there. Which, like, I mean, they were meant to do a big, fluids overhaul. There was a whole thing with that. And then they just sort of abandoned it because I guess it was proving too complicated. Is it doable to get a small build going for cliff explosives now? I don't remember what all it takes is to get what is needed. Cliff explosives, you need oil, basically, because explosives uses sulfur. Can I find it on the tree? So I think you said you were just getting into. So there's explosives, and then there's cliff explosives. So you basically, so barrel, I mean, I assume you've got steel on the go, or a little bit of it, and grenades, not too difficult to produce. Your difficulty is explosives, because that means doing oil, basically. You need to have your full oil going. But it's only sulfur, and in fact my blueprint does have them on, I think. If it doesn't, that's a point, actually, I should add them in. But, for that reason, because it's at that point you can start using cliff explosives. But yeah, you need oil first, basically. Of course, you could set up a mini little thing. You could dash down to, find. Oh, I think you said you've got a big biter base, didn't you, by your oil? But if you can get to some oil, then you could just plop down, one pump jack, and then have it feed into one. I haven't actually unlocked it yet. If I have it feed into one refinery, and have the recipe set on petroleum. Is that right? Yes, recipe set on petroleum. Feed it directly into a chemical lab making sulfur, and then all you would need. Well, you need another chemical lab to make explosives, but you'd need sulfur and coal. Unless my memory is failing me. Oh, and a bit of water as well. So yeah, so you can do quite a quick and dirty thing. Only steel. But do I remember wrong if there is something about chemical and ratios? Can't stop production if you don't use all the byproducts. So not anymore. So what they've done is that the basic oil processing. So basic oil processing is unlocked with that one, isn't it? So basic oil processing only outputs petroleum. Yeah. So because for explosives, all you need is sulfur, and sulfur is petroleum and water. And then I say that's explosives plus. I mean, I guess it's complicated in a sense, but empty barrels is just steel, grenade is just iron and coal. And you need coal for these. No, you don't. You need coal for explosives. Anyway, so you're going to have to get that over there anyway. But yeah, the basic oil processing will basically let you make cliff explosives. Yeah, used to be two things that was output, yes, or am I mixing up with Dyson Sphere? No, so oil outputs three, advanced oil processing outputs three things. So when you get, what symbol do they use for advanced oil processing? Oh, there we go. So when you get advanced oil processing, that outputs heavy, light and petroleum. But it also gives you cracking. So what you need to be doing then is, I can't really demonstrate it with without unlocking anything, but because I've not actually done circuits yet. But you basically just use pumps basically. So I can't show you at all. Maybe if I pop down this one. So if I pop down. That one. Yeah, so you see I've got the circuits here. So you can use the green wires, basically. I can build pumps, can't I? Or does that come with oil? Huh, that's weird, isn't it? I never really thought about that one. So as well as not being able to dig holes, the engineer knows how to make an offshore pump, but only works out how to work a pump when he researches oil. That's interesting. But basically, you can set these to just do as overflow. So if you set this as like read contents, I say it won't show you the proper symbols because I've not done the research, but basically this is saying, right, well, if we've got enough petroleum, if we've got enough heavy oil, I think that one is actually, if it's backed up in the pipes for heavy oil, because it goes to lubricant, then send it round for cracking. And you just literally do a very simple circuit condition. I mean, actually, you can just do it without the circuit conditions. I just don't remember now. Setup looks familiar. So there's no, I'm in no way, shape or form claiming to have invented any of that. There's a lot smarter people than me. But basically, you just wire it up with a single, green wire. Can't do them because I haven't researched them. And just do it as an overflow thing. So when it reaches, say, 5,000 heavy oil, it sends it round for cracking. And you can almost never have enough petroleum. I mean, you can technically, but you basically you need petroleum more than you need anything else. Cool. I say, other than waiting for those to chunk through, and so what I would be doing is probably planning out where to put the bot base. I could clear a lot of trees, or I could put it down here, or what have you. But what we really need is a car so that I can explore around, because we've got a quite nice, convenient set of resources there. I guess we could go and annoy the biters, maybe. But yeah, I would normally be getting there. I think. Let's clear the cliff explosive thing for me. I forgot there was the normal petroleum without the other stuff. So they're right the map now. Oh, I've not got one help there. So yeah, so I mean, this would be what I'd be doing next. I'd be sort of driving around, finding the nests, and clearing out the ones that are going to be in the way, and working out where to put stuff. But yeah, that's it for today, I think. Let me see if I can get my end of stream thing working. I didn't actually test this, so. Oh, okay. It's pointless, isn't it? I don't know why I've put that up. So yeah, so that's it for today. If you've been watching, I hope you've enjoyed it. You might consider coming back for another one. You've given me, I don't think anyone followed, but you can follow on here. No, first time chat. So there's also my YouTube, was what I was going to say. So that's the YouTube address there. It is Trismegistus, but it's alias to Trigger, so if you're looking for that there, and it's got all the VODs on, basically. That's just what I use it for, basically, archiving the VODs. And there's a Discord as well. The intention of Discord, when I set it up, was to try and start using it for multiplayer. What was that, for a bit of multiplayer, but as noted, just moved, very busy. Don't really have time to play any games. It's about the most I've played in the last 2 months. So eventually that's what that's for, and I'd quite like to do some streams, and that's one of the reasons I want to revive streaming on YouTube, so that we can do some multiplayer on there, and not have to worry about language and things like that. But yeah, so Twitch channel, YouTube, what else we got? Twitter, I guess it's Twitter as well, and that's there. Elon Musk has not quite destroyed it yet, but he seems to be doing his best. So yeah, so eventually I'll put up a proper schedule when I get back up to it, but at the moment it's basically, the schedule is next week I'll be streaming Satisfactory, assuming they do put out the Blueprints update 7 on Tuesday. I'll be streaming that, seeing what that's all about, see if we can start making some blueprints. Thank you very much, Floody, by the way, for chatting along. It's always great to have someone here, and thank you everyone who stopped by and is maybe lurking around in the background. It's been great to get back on the horse, as it were, and get some streaming doing. I do enjoy doing this. So yeah, same sort of time next week, 6 o'clock start, go for 3 or 4 hours. So yes, thank you very much for joining me, and I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Cheers.